I call the Charlottesville meeting back in order. Will be read out of closed session. Sorry for the delay. We had some critical items we had to go over.
We had a lot to talk
Yes.
about. Okay. I move that this council certify by a recorded vote that to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
Second.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Okay. Is everyone signed in to, later we'll be voting, so if you could sign in. Okay, everyone's good, okay. Probably except for me. So, before we begin, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. We're now at announcements, and I do have one announcement. Mr. Alexander wanted to announce the winners of My Help List award winners for 2026, and there was 4 categories. Gabriella Smith was the 2nd grader, Thomas Schrader was the 4th grader, and Charlotte Luss was the 7th grader, and Mykana Townsend was the 11th grade winner, and she's a Fluvanna County High School student. And each winner will receive $100, and there's going to be a celebration Thursday at 6:30 at York Place. So please plan to be there. In this contest was to identify people that were wanted to identify ways to help the community. So thank you so much, Mr. Alexander. He's always doing great things in the community. Other announcements?
I have one. This Sunday, May 10th, is the May edition of the Neighborhood Walk presented by the Charlottesville Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee with partnership with Ragged Mountain Running Shop. This month, we're going to explore the Rose Hill neighborhood. So meet at the bike racks at Washington Park Sunday at 10 a.m. for a stroll around the neighborhood. It's low impact and doable for all ages and fitness levels. So please come join for that. It's a couple hours. You get to meet new people, check out our neighborhood, talk about what's going on with the city. City folks are there. And it's a really great time, and hopefully we'll get amazing weather.
What's the neighborhood again?
Rose Hill. So meet at Washington Park Pool at the bike racks at 10 a.m. on Sunday.
They have a new trail ramp that they recently installed just a few weeks ago, been completed, so hopefully that's included. It's really nice.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
on behalf of the Historic Resources Committee, I would like to point out that the Historic Resources Committee actually organizes the historic piece of that whole thing.
Yes, the Historic Resources Committee has a printout with fun facts about the neighborhood. So as you go through, you get to read fun facts, and if anyone in the neighborhood has fun facts they'd like to add, they can do that as well.
So we, if there's no other announcements, we do have several proclamations, and I'll start with the first one. Is Older Americans Month for 2026, whereas May is Older American Month, a time for us to recognize and honor older adults in the city of Charlottesville and their immense influence on every facet of the American society, and whereas Charlottesville recognizes how through their wealth of life experiences and wisdom, older Americans guide our younger generations and carry forward abundant cultural and historical knowledge, and whereas Charlottesville recognized that older American improve our community through intergenerational relationships, community service, civic engagement, and many other activities. And Charlottesville benefits when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently. And Charlottesville must ensure that older Americans have the resources and support needed to stay involved in the communities, reflecting our community's commitment to inclusivity, connectiveness, and now therefore it be proclaimed that The month of May is recognized as Older American Month in the city of Charlottesville. City Council urges every resident to champion your health this time of year by taking proactive actions to enhance your ability to age in place. We encourage everyone to take active role in managing your own health, advocating for themselves, and assessing preventive care, and making informed decisions that support independence. Signed May 4th, 2026 by Mayor Juan Diego Wade. And I think we have someone here. Jack?
Let me see if I can help y'all out.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here all by myself tonight. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Christina Evans, CEO of JABA. I wanted to come tonight. Thank you so much for the proclamation and announcing that May is Older Americans Month, and Championing Your Health is the theme for this month. And it's very important to us because with your help and the support that you offer JABA, we're able to continue with nutrition programs, being the safety net for the community, and provide many in-home services as well as respite care. So again, I just want to thank you all so much for your continued support.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Christina.
you.
Thank you. I serve as the city's rep on the JABA board, so we do amazing work, the staff there, so thank you. Natalie?
All right.
I want to put my helmet on for this.
Oh.
Okay, now you can go.
Okay. And I see all you helmeted folks out in the
Oh.
audience as well. Whereas bicycling, this is for Bike Month 2026. Whereas bicycling is a healthy, clean, efficient, and affordable mode of transportation and recreation used by thousands of citizens and residents of all ages throughout our great Commonwealth and city. And whereas traveling by bicycle has been proven to alleviate traffic congestion and reduce pollution associated with vehicular travel, and offer significant mental and physical health benefits to bicyclists themselves. And whereas the city of Charlottesville has undertaken ambitious goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and is committed to providing more multimodal transportation options for all residents. And whereas Charlottesville, Albemarle County, and the University of Virginia, alongside a large cohort of businesses, agencies, and community groups, are hosting many bicycling events that promote awareness, safety, new travel options, as well as building community. And whereas these groups and many others are also promoting the use of bicycle as both a means of transportation and recreation year-round to improve community health, economic vitality, environmental stewardship, and the simple joy of being active outdoors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Charlottesville City Council recognize the month of May 2026 as Bike Month in the city of Charlottesville, and we encourage all who support bicycling or desire to learn more to participate in planned events, and we urge all road users to share the road safely. Signed on this day, the 4th of May, 2026. Please check out bikeseville.com for the bike calendar, bike bingo, and all the activities that are going around this month.
Is there someone here to?
My bike dress.
I'll put my helmet back on. Hold on, because I'm in the background now. Okay, go.
Ever fashion.
Yeah.
Thank you, City Council. As co-chairs of the city's Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, we gratefully acknowledge the city's proclamation. We're here tonight representing the many people in our community who are active bikers to school and work on our extensive mountain bike trails and those who bike for pure pleasure, and the many people who are not active bikers but who would like to be if only the roads were safer. We want to acknowledge strides we've made over many years, including protected bike lanes on the Belmont Bridge and the new bridge over 29, shared use paths on Rugby Avenue, Mead, Water Street, new bike racks, the e-bike rebate, and a robust set of Bike Month events thanks to the dedicated work of many volunteers. And plans in the works to build a permanent multimodal lane on 5th Street, redesigning Water Street and West Main at Ridge, and improvements to Rose Hill Drive.
We also want to acknowledge the tireless work of staff within Neighborhood Development Services who work incredibly hard to implement alternatives to driving in our city, especially Tommy back here. And there remains a lot of work to be done. We're reminded constantly that biking in Charlottesville is something that works for some people some of the time, and we would urge you all to make it something that works for more people more of the time. Change is hard and can be costly, and not everyone will understand why these improvements are necessary, but the benefits of improved air quality, less traffic, economic development for local businesses, protecting all road users from injury and death, and the basic joy and freedom that come with biking will make investment in protected infrastructure an obvious choice. And we won't be able to make good on our comprehensive plan without it. So thank you all, and happy Bike Month.
So I've accepted a challenge with the Department of Rail and Public Transportation with some other mayors, and so we'll be putting out some information. I'm going to ask my two biking colleagues, they're going to be helping me out with that, but we definitely want to get out the word about cycling, and that it ties into what we were talking about before, being active and healthy as well. So thank you so much.
So next week will be National Police Week. To recognize National Police Week 2026 and to honor the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Charlottesville Police Department. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, more than 24,500 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in the line of duty, including 3 members of the Charlottesville Police Department and 2 members of the Virginia State Police Department assisting the city of Charlottesville. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas 282 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 111 officers killed in 2025, joining the 23,229 officers killed in previous years. And whereas the Candlelight Vigil is part of National Police Week, which will be observed this May 11th to 16th, and whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and U.S. flags should be flown at half-staff, now therefore be resolved that the Charlottesville City Council hereby proclaims that National Police Week will be observed May 11th to 16th, 2026 in the city of Charlottesville, and we salute the service of law enforcement officers in our community and across the nation. Signed and sealed this 4th day of May, 2026, Juan Diego Wade, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, councils, city manager staff, this means a lot to us. When I walk in the department each day and see the dedication of our officers and staff and what they bring to this community, I'm reminded of what an honor it is to serve alongside each and every one of them. To have this council take a moment to recognize that service, it matters deeply, both to me personally and to every member of our team. Police Week is a time to celebrate those who chose this calling and to remember with heavy hearts those who gave everything. So next week we will be having a ceremony outside near the Ting Pavilion next Wednesday at 10 a.m. We'll have some dignitaries there as well, and everybody here is please invited to come by, and we honor the officers, the Charlottesville police officers who have been killed in the line of duty. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lupus Awareness Month. Whereas lupus is an unpredictable and misunderstood autoimmune disease that can cause severe damage to the tissue and organs in the body and, in some cases, death. And whereas more than 5 million people worldwide suffer the devastating effects of this cruel and mysterious disease, and each year over 100,000 young women, men, and children around the world are newly diagnosed with lupus, the great majority of whom are women of childbearing age. And whereas medical research efforts into lupus and the discovery of safer, more effective treatments for lupus patients are underfunded in comparison with diseases of comparable magnitude and severity. And whereas there is no single test to diagnose lupus, on average it takes nearly 6 years for people with lupus to be diagnosed from the time they first notice their lupus symptoms. And whereas lupus strikes without warning, affects each person differently, and has no known causes or cure, many physicians worldwide are unaware of symptoms and health effects of lupus, causing people with lupus to suffer for many years before they obtain a correct diagnosis and medical treatment. And whereas there is a deep unmet need worldwide to educate and support individuals and families affected by lupus, and to increase awareness in communities across the U.S. and the globe of the debilitating impact of lupus. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the month of May is hereby recognized as Lupus Awareness Month in the city of Charlottesville, a time when the lupus community comes together to call for increased funding for medical research on lupus, targeted education programs for health professionals, patients, and the public, and recognition of lupus as a significant public health issue. Signed and sealed this 4th day of May, 2026.
Mayor Wade and members of the City Council, thank you on behalf of the lupus community here in Charlottesville and the surrounding region for this proclamation. It really does mean more than you can possibly know. Lupus is an unpredictable autoimmune disease in which the body's immune system attacks its own healthy tissues. It can affect the joints, skin, kidneys, heart, and brain, and more than 1.5 million Americans are living with it right now, and many of them are right here in our own community. What makes lupus particularly challenging is that it's largely invisible. People with lupus often look fine on the outside while quietly managing pain, fatigue, and fear on the inside. If you look at those two beautiful women that stood up there with me, they both are lupus warriors, and I don't think they look ill at all, right? So, because it can mimic so many other conditions, it takes an average of 6 years to get a correct diagnosis. And for many families, those are years of confusion, misdiagnosis, and suffering. Our daughter has lived with lupus for more than 20 years. We have watched her fight with grace, grit, and more strength than most people have ever had to find. And we know that thousands of families in this region are walking that same road. We believe this proclamation sends a message to every person in Charlottesville living with lupus. Your city sees you, right? And that's really important for someone with lupus. And it sends a message to everyone else. Learn the signs, support the research, and show up for the people in your life who are fighting this every day. So thank you, Mayor, Council, and this community for sending that message with us.
Thank you so much.
It's another proclamation for ALS Awareness Month. Whereas ALS, also commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a progressive fatal neurodegenerative disease in which a person's brain loses connection with their muscles, slowly reducing a person's ability to walk, talk, eat, and eventually breathe. And whereas thousands of new ALS cases are reported every year, and estimates show that every 90 minutes someone is diagnosed with ALS and someone passes away from ALS. And on average, patients diagnosed with ALS survive only 2 to 5 years from the time of diagnosis. And whereas the exact causes of ALS are unknown and there is no known cure for ALS, and people who have served in the military are more likely to develop ALS and die from from the disease than those with no history of military service. And whereas securing access to new therapies, durable medical equipment, and communication technologies is of vital importance to people living with ALS, and clinical trials play a pivotal role in evaluating new treatments, enhancing quality of life, and fostering assistive technologies for those living with ALS. And whereas the ALS Association is the largest philanthropic funder of ALS research globally and has committed more than $154 million to support more than 550 projects across the United States and 18 other countries with the goal to make ALS livable and curable for everyone, everywhere. And whereas ALS Awareness Month provides an opportunity to increase public awareness of the dire circumstances of people living with ALS, acknowledge the terrible impact this disease has on those individuals and their families, and support research to eradicate this disease, now therefore be it proclaimed the month of May is hereby recognized as ALS Awareness Month in the city of Charlottesville. Signed and sealed this 4th day of May 2026. I don't know if there's anyone here. No? Okay.
Okay, we'll make sure that someone gets it. Thank you so much. And the last recognition we want to make is this is the 57th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and I just want to give acknowledge to you, Keena. And for you and Max, really just keep us on the right track, and you do so much behind the scenes to make this possible. We appreciate you immensely. So thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is our first opportunity for community to speak. So there are 4 pre-registered speakers, an opportunity for 12 more at this moment, and you have 3 minutes. And the first speaker is Sarah Lupus. Hello, Sarah.
Good evening, counselors.
Hello, Sarah.
Hi. My name is Sarah Malpass, and I live at 626 Bailey Road in the Fifeville neighborhood. I'm also the vice president of the Fifeville Neighborhood Association. Before I begin my remarks, I do want to take a moment again just to thank you all for the love and care that you continue to show to our neighborhood. We appreciate it. We really appreciate your continued support for the 501 Cherry Project, and grateful for your service and partnership in a lot of ways with our community. I am here tonight to ask you to uphold the BAR's decision to deny a certificate of appropriateness to the proposed project on 7th Street called The Mark. I've heard concerns, wondering if the BAR went outside its purview in denying the COA. Let me assure you they did not. Although residents have brought a wide range of concerns about impacts to the public comment sessions at the bar members repeatedly made it clear to us from the dais that while they appreciated the context provided by residents, they would not consider factors beyond what they were legally charged to consider. So let's put that concern to rest. If you want to expand your purview tonight to consider factors beyond the scope of the BAR, please consider alignment with the comp plan and the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. The city's comp plan and new zoning ordinance promise to encourage affordable housing and defend historic core Black neighborhoods of Charlottesville against encroachment and displacement. The proposed luxury student housing at this site would do none of that. It dumps a whole ton of units, lots of cars, and a huge 7-story tower into our neighborhood. It will overwhelm Fifeville visually, physically, numerically, and none of this is compatible with our residents' vision, which you adopted into the comprehensive plan via the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan. The vision statement from this plan, in part, states, new development and investment on Cherry Avenue and throughout the neighborhood will build a sense of community among longtime and newer residents, and will be accessible and welcoming to residents at the most vulnerable end of the socioeconomic scale. This building does not do that. It is not compatible with our comprehensive plan. If you must consider things beyond the BAR's decision, please consider our residents and their vision for the future of the neighborhood. Please uphold the BAR's decision to deny a certificate of appropriateness to the proposed project in 7th Street called The Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Frank Bechter.
Yes, thank you, councilors. Thank you, city manager. My name is Frank Bechter. I live at 6.5 and Dice. I'm also speaking, asking you to uphold the bar's decision or to make that same decision yourself. The appellant, in the appeal to the denial, says that the bar has no authority at all to tell them how tall or big their high-rise can be. That's interesting because it erases the entire substance of all the meetings, all the bar meetings, which are quite extensive. But it erases something more fundamental. The developer erases their own proposal to the bar. In their appeal letter, their attorney says that they were denied a certificate of appropriateness, quote, for rehabilitating 2 brick dwellings. But that's not what they proposed. That's not what they sought permission for. It's very easy to establish that. Here's introduction, page 1, right at the bottom. The purpose of this submission is to request BAR's permission on 2 issues, to remove non-contributing additions to the IPPs and to allow construction behind the existing houses on both IPPs. And if there's any question on what the proposed construction was, we see BAR request number 2. And in bold letters, they say, permission to construct the proposed project behind the existing IPPs at houses 208 and 204. They mention on the same page, the same permission this project is seeking was given to some other projects, and that permission was to construct a new building behind the existing structures. Why did the developer put this in the proposal? Well, because they're architects, because they understand architecture. They know Architecture 101. Engineering approval, zoning approval, that's one thing. But architectural review involves appropriateness to context, compatibility with context. We've all heard of Frank Lloyd Wright, one very famous architect. His whole thing was about making his buildings appropriate to the context. This building completely erases the entire context of those 2 very small workers' cottages built in the late 19th century. Mr. Werner lays it all out for you in his criteria for review. In that, he says that the review criteria clearly recommend the proposed building is incompatible. Not just recommend, but clearly recommend the proposed building is incompatible. The review criteria. Just as one example, the height of these 2 small buildings is 2 stories. The proposed building behind them is 7 stories. The maximum recommended would be 4. Thank you very much. Please do uphold the bar's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gillette Rosenblith. Did I say?
Hi again.
Hello.
As you know, my name is Gillette Rosenblith, and I'm a historian who studies public housing as well as UVA, and I serve on the board of the CRHA. I wanted to thank you for voting in favor of the CRHA's nonprofit. I think that this is one of many things you all have done to show your support for public and affordable housing in Charlottesville, and I appreciate this work that you all do. However, as I said a couple weeks ago, I think we are at a crossroads. You have the chance to do the right thing and be on the right side of history, or do the wrong thing and be judged for it by the families whose your decisions harms, and by scholars like me. Of course, what I'm talking about here is standing in unity with the low and middle income neighbors in Fifeville and West Haven and saying no to the Mark and the LV Collective. This is the right thing to do. The wrong thing to do is to let developers come in and build housing that very few, if any, people want, that will serve only a small percentage of fairly transient people, while displacing and outpricing long-term Charlottesville residents whom we've tried to support in other ways. I understand that part of this is about the very real need for more housing. However, saying no to these developments is not saying no to any housing here. It's just saying no to housing that will price out homeowners and push out low-income renters. We could choose to build housing here that would serve our communities. These developments are not that. Moreover, overturning the Barr decision and stepping aside to allow these developments undermines the goals of the city's comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance, which, as you heard earlier, promised to encourage affordable housing and defend historic neighborhoods of Charlottesville against encroachment and displacement. Finally, I recognize that much of the problem here is that UVA does not pay its fair share and puts the city in a bind in terms of revenue. I think the answer to this bind is not a quick fix upon which neither Charlottesville residents nor historians will look kindly. The answer is to create community partnerships and campaigns that force UVA to the table to pay at least some of what they owe. That's not easy, but if New Haven could force Yale to pay $52 million over 6 years, maybe we can do something similar. Laura Goldblatt and Farr brought Devarian Baldwin, an expert on the university's roles in cities, who has a policy lab that works with cities to exert pressure on universities. I think we should work with him and make UVA pay their fair share so that we can honor our commitments to long-term residents in Charlottesville who have been harmed by housing policy decisions in every generation. You can choose to prevent this harm now and show that you've learned from Vinegar Hill, Gospel Hill, and other iterations of displacement, or you can choose to let it happen again and be judged accordingly. Given your track record of supporting low-income residents in Charlottesville and beyond, I hope that you'll make the right decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Paul Reeder. Paul.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Paul Reeder. I live at 211 Fifth Street Southwest and have lived there since 2016. I'm the president of the Oak Grove Condo Owners Association and represent the 6 homeowners at 211 Fifth Street. I sent you an email on Friday related to the misguided attempt to develop luxury student housing on land at 7th Street Southwest. I trust you have read that email, so I need only to summarize. 1. Your Board of Architectural Review acted properly and within its powers when it voted 6-1 to deny a certificate of appropriateness for this development. 2. The city's comprehensive plan and new zoning ordinance promised to encourage affordable housing and defend the historic core neighborhoods of Charlottesville against encroachment and displacement. This proposal achieves neither of those goals. It creates luxury student housing that will rent for $1,000 per month per bed. $1,000 per month per bed. Picture the swimming pool and think about that for a moment. Trickle-down housing is no more real than trickle-down economics. Secondly, this development dumps 770 students and their 234 cars into a mammoth 7-story tower, as tall as the much derided student housing on West Main Street, yet in a local neighborhood. This will overwhelm Fifield visually, culturally, and numerically, and turn it into a suburb of UVA forever. 3. You should use your office to urge, as we just heard, to urge the University of Virginia to build more housing for its own students on its own land. The new president, Scott Beardsley, may well be receptive to this since he championed the addition of student housing at the Darden School of Business and knows how profitable it can be. 4. This land should be developed. Appropriate zoning will help with that. We want development that contributes to Fifield and builds it up, not something that tears Fifield down. 5. Your decision here tonight, whether to support or override the BAR, has consequences beyond this one development, most immediately on the 11-story tower proposed to overhang West Haven, but more broadly on whether the expertise represented on the BAR has any future role to play in the development of Charlottesville. I call on you to back the BAR. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an opportunity for 12 more speakers. I'll start over here. Would anyone like to speak over here? Ms. Carr?
Hey Hey everybody, how everybody doing today?
Good, good.
How y'all doing today?
Good.
I feel like it was a real good day today. To be honest, it was nice and sunny. Felt good, better than yesterday. But my name's Angela Carr. I live in the community, born here, raised here. I left for a while, but I came back, and a lot of things changed within the 9 years of me leaving and coming back. But I really honestly just came here to see which one of y'all gonna let everybody down and which one of y'all gonna lift everybody up. Everybody watching y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody is watching. Every single last one of y'all. Everybody wants to know what every single last one of y'all gonna do. We all got our thoughts. We all got our opinions. But I'm curious, I'm sitting in my seat like what they about to do. Because now, today we really get to see, you know, as a community, we really get to see who on the board that we voted for is for you, and who on the board that we voted for is not for you. You feel me? Right? So now as a community, we know what we gotta do. When they make their choice, if it's for you, we gotta vote for them again. You know what I'm saying? But if it's not for you, we gotta come together as a community, as a whole, no matter what we look like. You feel me? To bring like even the community that's the furthest away from you, reach them too and bring them closer. And vote for who you want to put in place, who is for what we're asking for. This is our community. We live here, we raise kids here, people go to school here, we help each other build here, we pick from each other's gardens, you know? So it's kind of like, it is a little touching. And when I was walking past the Fifeville area, it was an eerie feeling. You hear me, Mr. Mayor Wade? It was an eerie feeling. It was a feeling like something about to be gone or something about to be taken. That's the feeling I got this past weekend. And then to the developer, I really want to know as a person, you know, like, you don't got to answer me now, you can answer me later. I gave you my number, I gave you my email a few months back, you never contacted me. But I'm a good person, and I just really got a few questions, and I really wanted to sit down and ask you, like, as a human, I know for a fact you have not always had money. I know somewhere down the line of your history, somebody in your family struggled. I know somebody in your family struggled or going through a struggle, right? I know it is, and I know it's some humane in there somewhere that's like, yo, I'm fighting a whole community to give them something they don't want. I'm literally banging heads with a whole community when really I could be a part of that community too with open arms. You hear me? Like, we'll welcome you with open arms, just give us what we asking you for. That's it. You coming home.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carr.
Thank y'all.
Someone here. Alicia.
That's a hard act to follow. My name's Alicia Lenahan. I live in the county. Last May, we started raising concerns about the threats being made to all our constitutional rights. The situation has continued to deteriorate. All along, we have asked what the city government will do to protect people who call Charlottesville home. If history is any guide, city council's past and current responses to racism, power, and wealth leave us with little confidence. We have been reminded meeting after meeting what this body has done when the existence and welfare of Black communities have been and are threatened. In the 1960s, racism, power, and greed destroyed Vinegar Hill, displacing hundreds of residents and demolishing dozens of Black-owned businesses. Gospel Hill, another historic Black community, was systematically destroyed by UVA throughout the 70s and 80s. The last remnants of the neighborhood were developed in 1984 when the university constructed the then new University Hospital building on the site. Today, no physical trace of Gospel Hill remains. UVA recognized that investing in the real estate market, conducting joint research with private entities and other commercial ventures offered the chance to add significantly to its bottom line. Since then, the council has literally ceded ground to a powerful, wealthy entity to the detriment of the community. The projects on West Main and in Fifeville do not prioritize equity, do not create more affordable housing, or slow displacement of longtime residents, nor do they address the pitfalls of urban density, which include housing affordability, quality of life, public health and economic inequality. You have been unable or unwilling to change the zoning ordinance, something you have the power to do, in a way that would extend real protections to Fifeville, West Haven, 10th and Page, and give residents a say on neighborhood-altering construction. What are the odds that we'll see principled, courageous leadership when agents from the federal government arrive and threaten our right to vote? What are the odds that you'll stand up for our marginalized neighborhoods when naturalized citizens are targeted along with immigrants and refugees? If history is any guide.
Thank you. Would anyone over here like to speak? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is John Mason. I live at 211 Fifth Street Southwest in the neighborhood of Fifeville in Charlottesville. I'm here to speak in support of the BAR's decision and in opposition to the proposed luxury apartment building for UVA students that is proposed to be built on 7th Street in Fifeville. The proposed building is absurdly large, as the BIR has noted. It is too large for the small street that it would be built on, and it will loom over neighboring homes, blocking sunlight for much of the day. I'm not anti-development. In fact, I live next door to a 3-story apartment building that's appropriately sized for the neighborhood. Just as importantly, in fact, I would say more importantly, the apartment building will be a driver of gentrification of Fifeville and the displacement of many of its residents, especially African American citizens. I'd like to draw your attention to the sharp decline in the city's African American population between 2000 and 2020. In 2000, there were nearly 10,000 African Americans living in Charlottesville, nearly 22% of the city. Today, there are 3,000 fewer African American residents in Charlottesville. We are down to 15% of the city. There is no sign that this slow motion ethnic cleansing of Charlottesville will come to an end. This is a crisis, and you have the opportunity to slow it. The steep decline in the city's black population is the result of systemic racism. I know you know this. By that I mean that in a racist society like ours, supposedly neutral economic forces create racist outcomes even without racist people in positions of power. Not long ago, the displacement of people from Gospel Hill and Vinegar Hill was indeed the result of undisguised white supremacy on the part of the city and UVA. Now, instead, we let market forces do the dirty work of pushing black people out of the city. And the market in which the rich are privileged and the poor and the black people are disadvantaged. You understand this dynamic. I know you understand this dynamic. When the new zoning code was debated, the city said, equity is the requirement for effective planning. The city is committed to working with the people of Charlottesville to build a framework that makes equity a reality, including for the least advantaged and the most vulnerable. So I speak in support of the BAR, and I hope that you will find a way to reverse this trend. And so I ask you, what kind of city do you want? Do you want a fully gentrified city with almost no black people, or do you want a city that has a much more just vision of what we can be?
Thank you.
Thanks. Just a couple quick points. I was at the bar meeting, and I should have probably replayed it or gone through a transcript, but I'm under the impression that the bar made it clear to the residents there that they were not there because of our concerns at all. They were there solely to judge the building on the merits of BAR's terms. And in fact, they kind of told us, from what I remember, like, sorry, there's nothing we can do. And they even told us that if the developer said, okay, well, we won't use the IPPs, that the building would start as soon as possible. So of course that won't happen, I guess, because there's a profit margin. So that's a point. So I don't understand why we would be overturning the BAR, and it's certainly not because of anything that the residents said. BAR made that very clear to us. Also, it's kind of interesting that, like, the most recent thing that's been happening in the neighborhood is this failed traffic study. So I'm still kind of curious how this building on our side of the train tracks, not on the other side of the train tracks, how, like, little teeny streets, like the street that it's on, which the IPPs have a truck there, so it's like only one vehicle can go up and down 7th Street as it stands right now. So it's pretty bizarre to think, like, so there's a train going, but you got 770 students and you've got 234 cars. Like, I mean, I live right on the corner of 5th and Dice, and the traffic at UVA commute times is overwhelming. So I can't imagine what happens. Okay, anyway, the last point is people keep using the word equity, but what's interesting, and this is something you should consider, like, from zoning perspective, is that student housing is not about housing. It's about equity. It's an investment class. So I'm doing research right now. I've got this report from Cushman Wakefield. They do a lot of commercial real estate. And they're just talking about the trends and the valuation indices. And it's like key takeaways. And I thought this was a really interesting point. $27 billion in student housing valuations, $129,000 per bed. Properties within 0.5 miles command a 33% premium, which is, of course, why Mr. Reeder and the developers are arguing about the half a mile. They need that half a mile. Like, and yeah, okay, yes, the park qualifies. But so really, like, it's not housing. Like, to be clear, this building is not housing. It is an investment class. And soon it will become an investment class like CDOs. You guys remember? Collateralized debt obligations and all these crazy things in the housing market. So anyway, it's, again, like, stop calling it housing. And then let's talk about traffic. And let's ask why you would even question the BAR's decision when, like, the BAR was just weighing in on the very standard things that they weigh in, nothing to do with residents' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you state your name?
Behind you. The young
Could you
lady
state your
behind
name?
you,
Your name?
I'll get you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Latricia Gowes, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Charlottesville Public Housing Association of Residents, also known as FAR. And tonight, I am asking Council to uphold the Bar of Architectural Review denial of the Certificate of Appropriateness for the mark. FAR works with public housing residents and low-income residents across Charlottesville every day. We know that the city needs housing, but we also know that not all housing serves the same people, and not all development carries the same impact. This is not about opposing housing. This is about whether Charlottesville will protect historically black neighborhoods, low-income residents, renters, elders, and families from being pushed aside by development that does not serve them. Fifeville is not just a location on a zoning map, neither is 10th and Page, neither is West Haven. It is a historically black neighborhood with memory, struggles, families, churches, elders, renters, homeowners, and deep community life. The decisions made here matter beyond one building. The Bar reviewed this project and voted to deny the certificate. They looked at all of the things: scale, mass, history, and neighborhood context. Council should respect that decision. A 7-story student housing project in Fifeville raises serious concerns. Student housing is not the same as affordable housing. It does not answer the need of low-income residents, public housing residents, working families, or long-time community members who are trying to remain in this city. This project also exposes a larger problem. Fifeville and nearby core neighborhoods have been left vulnerable to intense development pressures without the protections that they deserve, and that has to change. FAR is asking council to do a few things. I know we come here and ask all the time, but tonight is first to uphold the bar's denial and reject this appeal. The second is to commit to fixing the zoning so Fifeville, 10th and Page, West Haven, and other historically black and low-income neighborhoods are not treated as sacrifice zones for development. Please do not let Fifeville, West Haven, 10th and Page, and any other core become an example of Charlottesville naming of racial equity while approving displacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Miss. Where's there, Miss Parker?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I stand here as I've watched coming to Charlottesville for 20 years how black people have struggled, learning the history as we've struggled. Black people built Charlottesville, and today we're still in modern day slavery. And as we continue to be in modern day slavery, we can't live in those apartments. We can't go to UVA to be educated. So why are y'all continuously letting luxury come in and take over housing? We have a housing problem here, you can't even house the homeless that's here. The ones that are struggling right now that are in housing, they're struggling to even keep their housing. We're just now getting redevelopment for the people that have, when they took Vinegar Hill and the other communities, but more so Vinegar Hill, that y'all allowed to sit there in desolate situations where nothing was built, and y'all just now are getting back to redevelopment of the past that still there's no apology from the city to the citizens. The university owes the community. They owe us, we don't owe them. There's no taxes paid, but we're paying taxes on property. And those property taxes are continuously going up daily as y'all have y'all's budget meetings and whatever y'all do for the next year. So I'm struggling to look at y'all year after year. Y'all put in money, taxpayers' money that are donated to y'all to continuously tell the community lies while y'all are running for whatever seat you're running for. But then when you get up on that dais, it's a whole different situation. That's a whole different situation. And sometimes it seems to me that y'all hear at us. Y'all don't hear us, or nor do you feel us. Because it's to feel us, you will feel our pain. I know that y'all might be out there in the community, but y'all go home and y'all live in a good home. You don't have to worry about what's towering over you. You can go home and park your car just as nice in your driveway, pay your rent, pay your water bill, because you can afford it. A lot of us can't afford it. A lot of Charlottesville is under 35% medium income. So I would like for y'all to really think about this and hear us, feel us, and have dignity. Let us have our dignity and allow the city to apologize to the people and take accountability for your actions. Thank you.
The young lady that was behind, yes.
Hello, my name is Anna Ngandouira, as some of you may know. I'm a fourth-year urban planning and development studies double major, an architecture minor student at UVA, concentrating in community-based planning, as well as one of the co-presidents of Friends of FAR, a student-led organization that works alongside and under the guidance of the Public Housing Association of Residents to advocate for public housing and low-income Charlottesville residents, as well as the greater Charlottesville community. I, on behalf of my fellow students, colleagues, and community, am here to urge the board, or here to urge you, the city, to support the BAR's denial of the housing development in Fifeville. According to the ADU manual, the half-mile radius is supposed to be surrounding the main campus area, including central and north grounds. Central grounds extends to both colloquially and as a UVA urban planning student and somebody who works with maps for a really long time, to Brook Hall at its farthest. The proposed development is not within a half mile of any of those buildings, but instead the small park adjacent to the Buckingham Railroad near JPA and University Avenue. The student housing designation and its benefits are to concentrate housing close to campus and to prevent unaffordable housing from having negative impacts on the community. The building proposed is not in any way spatially or architecturally compatible with the surrounding area. This sort of massing is not meant to be in small single to two-story housing communities, but rather near central grounds where this housing already exists. In the last BZA session, representatives of this development said that students don't matter when it comes to this issue. How can we entrust that developers with this attitude will create a safe and functional development for this community if they don't respect their main consumer base? How much more carelessness will be shown towards the surrounding community whose money isn't going in their pockets? We are here as impassioned as we are, not simply because of the contribution to City Affordable Housing Fund or any of these other factors, but because we know on various scales of relation the impacts of inefficient, inaccurate zoning and architecture. It is the same oversight and unwillingness to abide by the meanings of the word central grounds and what that means for architecture that this city went by with the word blight with urban renewal in the 60s that led to the displacement and erasure of residents of Vinegar Hill, some of whom are the same residents represented in this room. We are here in front of you as current residents, renters, and property owners of the city, not a potential park, not a potential luxury building. I hope the city government does not repeat the same mistakes again. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, did you want to speak?
Good evening. As I look around, I think I'm the oldest person in this room. So we'll see if you meant what you said when you passed the proclamation about older people's contributions to this city.
Please.
The city's at another inflection point. Either it moves ahead to overcome the racist history of this city, and let's remember, the overwhelming history of this city has been overtly racist. And that continues today. The city chose where poor people could live, chose where black people could live. And now is it starting to encroach on both of those things. This is no longer acceptable. Now we know that the developer comes here in order to suck money out of this city. We don't expect them to respect the community, even though they should. And so we're forced to come to governmental entities in order to overcome the wealth of these developers. Now, some of you will say, oh, we need the money. Well, you don't need the money enough to not to overcome the history of racism in this city. One of the things that shocked me about the letter I saw from the applicant was the complaint, I think it was at number 4, that the bar listened to members of the community. That's pretty shocking. The people who they were appointed to represent, as are you. Now, if the developer doesn't think the community should have a say, and that's apparent because they want to move ahead with this project, then you have to step in and say no. But you don't have to do it on your own because you've already got a very thoughtful response from the Board of Architectural Review and an overwhelming vote on their part, as well as the planning department. And so it's not a question of whether or not you want to get money for whatever you want to do, which we don't know. You've got to put the community first. You cannot let outsiders come in here, suck money out of this community, and disregard the needs of the poor people, black people, and other people who live in this community. Thank you.
Anyone over here like to speak?
I mean, I just have to. I'm really sorry, and I appreciate what
No.
I think it would say. I just have a couple, something I really absolutely have to say is that I work on 7th Street. I'm there every day. No one's getting displaced. Those houses were all flipped years ago. There's not a black person who lives on that street. So I understand what they're talking about. I do, but it doesn't apply here. And what you're here to do is to assess what the bar was supposed to do. And their purview is very specific. And that's what you guys are here to do. And you guys passed all the zoning rules that's allowing this project. So you have to follow those rules. You don't like it, you don't get a do-over. You can change it when it's time to change it again. But that's just the truth of it. So to bring all this emotion into it, it's not helping, because this is a specific project in a specific neighborhood that has changed. And it just to keep hearing all this gentrification and stuff, that happened a long time ago. All those properties are Airbnb now.
Okay. Please. Wait, please.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. What was your name? We need a...
Vanessa.
And invested in.
Please, sir. Sir.
Whoa. Hello, everyone. I'm Salithia Carr, CEO and founder of Not Me, I Believe, and a long-time born citizen, black female of Charlottesville. Black. 7th Street is where my family used to live before everybody else came there. Please, everybody, to stand up, please, for me. That is against this, please. See that? See that? Because our voices will be heard. Our voices will. My constituents is with me 100%. Votes are coming up. But all these buildings that want to come up, you got me bent. And I am frustrated and upset. I will walk every single block if I have to get people in here, every seat, and they will be outside the door. Understand that. This is not right. I want housing, I completely do, but it offsets the community. It offsets how the look is. It offsets the fabric of Charlottesville. The fabric of Charlottesville have always been about family. We're breaking that up. I'm always and 100% about family. We cannot not have that. That is who we are. That's how it's always been. But it has to be that we have to be the underdog continuously within the black and marginalized community. It is unfair. Votes are coming. You haven't done your job, votes are coming. Understand that. Am I right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have a voice, and we do talk to the community. But I am appalled. I know that they're coming in, they're getting money, and it takes away from what we're doing and how we're living. This is my family that is here. You are affecting mine. My nieces, nephews, cousins, friends, and those that are going to possibly be nieces and nephews of mine, my neighbors. I don't care how much money you get, but you're not going to keep coming and beating us up. That is not going to keep happening. Understand that.
Thank you. Did you?
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Erin Hannigan. I was here earlier for the state of homelessness presentation, and I want to say that tonight your decision is connected to that previous conversation. Decades of political pressure have caused housing projects to be delayed, reduced, or stopped. Our housing supply has not kept up with demand. The state of homelessness cannot be solved without more housing. That's it.
We have the opportunity for one more speaker. Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I'm actually here on behalf of my neighbor, Stacy Rush. We live over by Barracks Road. And she is unable to be here tonight because she had to have emergency surgery. First of all, she wants to make it clear she stands with everything that our neighbors have said about the Fightful situation. And today she wanted to talk about the overwhelming disrespect that the public received at the Tom Tom Festival on Friday the 24th. She said she looks forward to working with the city to make sure that this doesn't happen again, because we need to rectify the issues of the Black community continually being denied places to connect in public in Charlottesville. She says, this must stop. It's almost like you all want us to hurt ourselves and make our children idle and unsocial. We want out of the inn. We want the same rights. We will not be silenced. Our children and community had nowhere to go and nothing to do in this town anymore. And if we go to the city to obtain somewhere to be, like happened on Friday, because that was a tom-tom and a white-led festival, of course, that was granted. Otherwise, things are denied, and we're given asinine reasons, and that has to stop. It's almost like you want us to hurt ourselves and make us unsocial. And beyond that, you know, this whole situation brought me back to the old drum circle that used to happen every Fridays after 5. It happened all through the 90s and into the early 2010s. And it was shut down repeatedly by cops until it was no longer allowed. And it didn't take a full 5 years before white performers were allowed to take over the mall and reach beyond decibels and create the same type of noise that was joyfully made with the old drum circle. We keep, as a community, creating these opportunities to connect, and just because something isn't specifically white-centered doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. So Stacy will be reaching out in an email to everybody, and I hope that you all respond to her and speak with her about that. And also, we do need better housing, sure, but listen to everybody. The facts are on our side. They always are.
Thank you. So that we'll have another opportunity at the end of the meeting. We're now at the point for the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Excuse me. Consent agenda, number 2, minutes, February 2nd, regular meeting, April 27th, special meeting. 3, resolution to appropriate $389,975 from the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS HIV grant, one of 2 readings. 4, resolution to appropriate $98,484 from the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, Virginia Homeless Solutions Program grant, one of 2 readings. 5, resolution to appropriate funds from the Charlottesville City School reimbursement, second reading. 6, a resolution to appropriate $115,443 in Woodland Drive Performance Bond Funds, second reading. 7, resolution for FY 26 Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund Grant Funding Award, second reading. 8, a resolution to authorize the reallocation of, I'm sorry, I have allergies. $1,854,818 previously appropriated CIP funding to alternative infrastructure projects with budget gaps, second reading. Number 9, resolution appropriating $4,555,000 from the CIP contingency fund for critical unfunded and one-time operational priorities, second reading. 10, a resolution, Charlottesville UVA Albemarle Emergency Communications Center lease amendment. And 11, a resolution, reallocation of $200,000 in capital improvement plan funds for the downtown mall crossing project, one of 2 readings.
Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I would move to adopt the consent agenda, but what's on our computer is not the same as what's on our agenda. You read what was on the agenda, which is fine. I'm happy to vote for what's on the agenda, but the computer's got it wrong.
Let's see. Which one did I miss? Which one?
The numbers are all different. Just as an example, number 11, according to the computer, is a resolution to approve the city's participation in a proposed settlement of opioid-related claims, whereas what's according to the printed agenda is the reallocation of $200,000 in CIP funding.
Date? Mine's right.
Mine's correct.
Mine says March 4th. I don't, May 4th. Okay, I mean,
Well, you mean your computer says the opioid thing is 11, or your packet says?
actually, you know, come to think of it, it's saying May 4th in one place. Okay, never mind. It's saying May 4th at the top, but it's not saying it in the middle. Let's see.
So that being said, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda as read?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second.
Second, so,
We can electronically vote, so initiated the vote.
No, that's interesting. It just came back up the way it's supposed to. I don't know what I
Did you
did.
refresh it?
I've had some connection issues in here today,
Okay.
and Jen is the last one.
Sorry. Done.
done, okay. All right, the motion for the consent agenda passed 5-0. The next item on the agenda is city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. First up, Steve King is going to be presenting annual prosperity report in the absence of Abby Wade, who is unable to be here this evening.
Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure to be before you all this evening. Again, my name is Steve King. I'm the assistant to the city manager. As our city manager mentioned, I am coming before you today on behalf of our economic mobility officer, Abby Matthew Wade, who unfortunately could not be here this evening. As you all may remember, as part of our reorganization, I have the pleasure of helping to lead our prosperity and strategic teams. And so it is a pleasure. I come to you also in the capacity of our Chief Prosperity Officer, as I have been helping lead that work in the absence of someone in that role. We have titled today's presentation Prosperity in Action, because I think it's critical that we kind of name that while we have been operating without a Chief Prosperity Officer for some time, this work is still very much happening. And we have been building on a lot of the work that our former colleague has put into action. As you may remember, our former CPO came before you all in August, and at that time they offered an overview of a series of different grant opportunities that were coming before the city. I will name those. That is the National League of Cities Southern Eastern Cities Economic Initiative, where we are a recipient of a grant. We were also recipients of ICMA, their Economic Mobility Special Assistant, which is also what brought Abby Matthew Wade to our community in this role. With that being said, I want to go ahead and get started. For the good of council as well as the public, I want to just outline for everyone, when we are using the term economic mobility and opportunity, what exactly we are referencing. And so the graph that you see before you all is representative of a steady decline in what is commonly referred to as economic mobility. The graph illustrates the examples of individuals who are at the age of 30 and then represents their children at the age of 30. As you can see illustrated, it's been on steady decline, and today roughly 50% of individuals are fortunate enough to earn more than their families or their parents. Also to note, as it relates to that, I think much like this evening's discussion, there's a recognition that local governments have a critical role to play in disrupting this. And so we are joining a growing body of local governments who are doing this work. So that's kind of the rationale for this work. The other thing that I will also note about economic mobility is hyper-local. That means there are disparities even at a neighborhood level. The work of Harvard, their Opportunity Insights, illustrates outcomes of individuals who were born in 1978 and what their economic mobility looked like at age 35, and again at a neighborhood level. So not only do your parents' earnings play a critical role, but also the built environment. So really when you think about what exists in a neighborhood, it also plays a critical role, as well as the availability of supports and resources. With all of that context and background, I will offer some key elements of economic mobility and opportunity. This work is very different than poverty reduction. I think oftentimes this work can be conflated to be solely the first half of that phrase, economic mobility. And so again, when we are, and that is a critical component, but part of our work is really focused on meeting the basic needs of individuals so that they are also able to have stable housing, livable income, and plan for their futures. Part of this work is also being informed by the Urban Institute's economic mobility and opportunity definition. Not only is it representative of the economic aspects, but also that economic mobility and opportunity is about dignity and belonging, economic success, and power and autonomy. The other thing about this illustration that I want to really point out is that it really covers the key pillars of what are contributors to economic mobility and opportunity. And my hope is that in looking at this illustration, you're also able to see yourselves in this work. When I think about our organization, we all play, throughout the city, we have significant roles and contributions that we might be able to make towards improving our residents' economic mobility and opportunity. And so Abby Matthew Wade is leading that work and really helping us to really explore how we do this work in a different way. While our previous CPO did do some work on economic mobility and opportunity, they did do a survey in partnership with UVA, and that was focused on the perceptions of economic mobility in the city, and that very much reinforced our assessment of the situation, and that is that individuals feel like more and more it is becoming increasingly difficult to thrive. And so this work is going to look a little bit different than that previous effort, and that is that Abby's work is looking across the city to look at our investments and really what outcomes in which those investments are making. The hope is that through that assessment, we're also able to identify new ways to make investments in a more data-informed way. We also recognize that we are operating in a very fiscally constrained environment. And so with that being said, we'll have to figure out how we might be able to retool existing resources in a more dynamic way to better support your goal of a community where everyone can thrive. And so how this work is actually being carried forward is Abby has constructed a interdepartmental working group. It consists of representatives from across the organization, department directors, as well as deputies, and they are tasked with exploring ways to collaborate and reimagine their work in ways that better supports and reinforces economic mobility and opportunity. That internal work group has been meeting for the last 2 months, and I am strongly encouraged by the work in which that has happened since our inaugural meeting. Also, part of this work is also to inform the key deliverable of Abby's role here, and again, her role is being funded through ICMA, and our plan is to come before you all with an action plan, the city's very first economic mobility and opportunities action plan that we hope to present to you here in the next year. A key opportunity that I want to note for community is that here is a timeline. There is a heavy emphasis that not only are we working internally, but we are also working closely with community. And so there will be a series of different community engagement opportunities where residents are able to provide their input. There will also be some co-design, and so there will be, as you could see, January through March was really around fact-finding. We are just at the beginning stages of actually launching our Connect Charlottesville page that is live. I will be showing you all a QR code at the end of this presentation where community can find more information about engagement opportunities that will be involved. We also are beginning the process of establishing an economic mobility and opportunity dashboard that again represents our local realities. There are several tools that are currently available, but there are some gaps in terms of perception between what it's illustrated as well as how we experience it here locally. Once we complete that phase, we'll be going into a co-design phase where we will be identifying 7 individuals who have lived experience that will help us co-design elements of that action plan. And so that application will be coming out here in the coming months, and we are excited about that opportunity as we recognize that resident voice is critical as we move forward. Finally, as I've already kind of given you a little bit of a snapshot. Again, 13 departments are currently working as part of that interdepartmental work group. We have built a Connect Charlottesville page. We are working closely with the UVA Center for Community Partnerships, and actually we'll be hosting an event at Harbor Rec Center this Thursday. And we invite community to come. That will be from 5:30 to 7:30, and that event is titled Dinner, Dialogue, and Data, Economic Mobility and Opportunity. The critical elements of that is that we also want to design it in a way that allows community to come, so there will also be not only a meal be provided, but childcare will be available so that community can participate in that effort. As I named, there is an opportunity for you to register in advance. It will be helpful for us as we prepare a order of food that we have some sense for how many people to expect, as well as the opportunity to identify if you have a childcare need.
Before we move on to the next slide, did everyone get the QR code who wanted it? Can we bot back real quick? Please, thanks. All right, thumbs up. Cool, thank you.
Wonderful. Again, recognize that we only had 15 minutes with you. We were pretty selective in terms of what we brought forward to you all, but you also will see in your packet in appendices where you can find additional maps and resources that support a lot of what Abby is doing. With that being said, I would allow you all to ask any questions you might have of me, and I very best to answer them, recognizing that Abby is doing this work every day, but I will do my best to represent her.
Thank you. Michael, you have any questions?
Well, thank you for the presentation and this work. I'm definitely excited to see how it unfolds over time, and I think it directly connects to conversation we've heard earlier tonight in terms of like the Orange Dot report showing we're in 97% of communities in the United States have more economic mobility than we do. We have one of the highest achievement gaps. Life expectancy between neighborhoods can vary by 10 years in Charlottesville. It's very much, as it's been called, the beautiful, ugly city. All the things about the beauty of the downtown mall and the history and the natural area in UVA are absolutely true. And it's also true that people, depending on how much money their families have, don't view Charlottesville as a place of hope or opportunity. And they're not able to access all those things, and they feel trapped here. I think that's some of what we heard tonight. That said, I'm kind of curious if at this point, is it known what kind of deliverables you're looking for? Is it policies from the Economic Development Authority or city investments in the upcoming budget, or what kind of things?
Right now, the work is exclusively focused on our internal investments across key areas of economic mobility. So when we look at what we're investing in rental assistance, really again, to what degree is that leading to the outcome in which that we are hoping? How might we be able to revisit that policy to better meet a more targeted audience? When we think about transit, how do we again reinforce what we are hoping to achieve through mobility? Really again, it's really internally focused. I think that's also really unique. Our hope is not to arrive at what are already established norms, which is the city has a affordable housing issue, right? We know that. The question becomes, what are we going to potentially be able to redirect funding to be able to better meet that need, right? Because again, as I named, we're in a very fiscally constrained environment. So there's not a lot of new money, especially one of the things I did omit in this presentation, but part of this new pursuit for this work for local governments is that the federal government had been a partner and had been funding a lot of this work. And that is no longer as prevalent as it once was. And the philanthropic community is also increasingly strained, having to try to make up for those gaps. So we recognize that there may be grant opportunities in the future, but we are not going to depend this work solely on some large pool of money becoming available to us. So we're really trying to be really thoughtful about how do we look internally to identify ways in which we might be able to produce stronger outcomes for our residents.
And likewise, it may be too early on in the process to know this or establish this, but obviously a lot of partners outside of city government who have done work on these issues, like the Orange Dot report and Network to Work, as well as work of Resident Services Committee at CRHA, Financial Opportunity Center at PHA. To what extent is the partnership outside of the city, as well as is there any hope or plan for, as it develops, that there may be an opportunity to partner with agencies at the state level? So even if the federal government is kind of backing off their commitment, maybe we can have new partnerships at the state level?
Yeah, no, our community partners are going to definitely be a big part of this issue. We are already starting to identify organizations that have a common area of focus. A lot of our work is also really going to be centered around ALICE, recognizing that they are a population that is often overlooked, as they are unfortunately uneligible for a lot of the various social support benefits that lower income residents are. So we are identifying those individuals, having initial conversations, really again inviting them to explore their investments and to what degree they may be willing to reimagine how they deploy their resources to have a greater impact. And so they will be a part of that process, as well as community as well. So she's really going to be working across both internally, community, and working in close concert with residents to design an action plan.
Well, again, I'm certainly excited to see how this develops, and I've always been a strong believer that Charlottesville needs a coherent plan for community wealth building, thinking about how housing investments, co-ops, community development corporations all combine as more than the sum of their parts in a coherent strategy. So, there's an actual system with mobility. So, again, excited to see how it develops.
Thank you. I share that with you.
Jen?
Yeah, thank you for presenting on the fly. We so appreciate that. And Michael asked a lot of the questions. I think the one other partner that I wondered if was in the mix was UVA, in that economic stability and mobility is also part of their commitment to in the Map to Health report, which works very closely with Orange Dot report and the Health Equity Atlas from Community Partnerships. So some of the updated data, even from your slides, is showing how much more exacerbated the lack of mobility is really making an impact on our residents. So is UVA part of the conversation, or?
In terms of the Center for Community Partnerships, they are at the table. We are working in close concert. We're really excited about the fruit that relationship might be able to provide, as they have a joint cause. And we're hoping that may also allow for us to enter into other conversations with the university as a whole. But yeah, they are, at least from that standpoint, UVA is at the table.
Thank you.
Lloyd?
Well, first of all, I applaud the effort and particularly the focus on economic mobility. It has been a concern of mine for a long time that we, as council, have not done anything really to attempt to address the achievement gap, which I acknowledge is primarily in the school division's purview. But as I said many times, the schools have our kids 6 hours a day, the community has our kids 18 hours a day. What are we doing during those 18 to make those 6 more productive? The second, so I hope we will end up moving in that direction. The second point related to that is that a few years ago, the city bought KTAC, and one of our hopes at the time had been that there would be an ability to, in essence, say, again, this is partly the school board's responsibility, partly ours, to say that everybody who gets through 12 years in the Charlottesville schools should either come out with a pathway to college or a trade. And we're not doing enough about the pathway to a trade. I will note that there are a number of very good auto mechanics in this town that earn more money than a number of very good lawyers in this town. There's a lot of money to be made if you're really good at some of these trades. And I keep trying to encourage people to focus, go that way. You don't have to spend $75,000 a year to go to law school. You can have a great career doing a lot of other very important things that help the community. So those are all things that I've been hoping that we would get around to. We've been spending a lot of time on other issues, and I'm not complaining about that, but it's diverted our attention from this, and I'm glad that there's somebody in the city government whose job it is to try to refocus us.
Yes, yes, the education gap and skill gap are key contributors to a lot of what we're seeing. We have to be really thoughtful and innovative really when we think about what it takes to thrive in the future, especially when we think about the rising cost of higher education and what challenges that is producing. And so that will definitely be a part of that conversation. And so, yeah, I'm excited about what Abby's been able to bring to this position, and also just the joint kind of collaboration around this. I think really she's been able to mobilize the larger organization to work in concert and identify their contribution to this conversation versus it kind of being seen as a separate, side quest for like our social services, our human service department. So I'm optimistic about what she'll be able to produce.
Thank you.
Hey there, thanks. I wanted to highlight something that we've learned several times in our retreats when we've had our financial advisor speak to us, that our fiscal stress level is high. We are in a fiscally constrained environment, which is something we have to think about. How are we gonna provide all the services that the community asks for, that we want to provide, knowing that our expenses are only going to increase. And so how can we inject more funding into that? Which brings me back to kind of the other thing that I think is great about this report, which it highlights that the status quo is not working. There needs to be changes made in various places, in various departments and kind of ethi, plural of that, within our city departments. And then in the appendix, there's a bunch of charts, which is great. It's like there's going to be data used to make the implementation. So there's the deliberate study to get results that are going to make the impact we want, is how things should be done. I know it adds time, but it's good to see that we're going to be making database decisions, database implementation decisions once this report is put into action. But then there's also a lot of the community engagement part is great, because as I've talked about before, I mean, we've all talked about it, that's something we want to get better at, but we also want a well-informed public to be providing that feedback and have those co-design sessions where people can learn what the parameters are and then provide feedback that is going to be applicable, as we saw with the resident-led design for redevelopment of Kindlewood and Southwood with Habitat, those kinds of, understanding of all of the tensions and trade-offs before that is kind of finalized in the feedback. So I appreciate that there's that kind of acknowledgement that things are the way they are because they've been the way they are, and we need to adjust that to help people get ahead.
Yeah. Really, what I'm also excited about our co-design approach will be that we're actively trying to identify the levers that residents really truly have the ability to move versus engaging people in a conversation that, we don't ultimately have the ability to make that change. So really trying to be thoughtful about identifying what can truly be impacted and how, and then incorporating residents and trying to do design solutions so that we're able to actually activate upon their input.
Yeah,
So,
we're fiscally constrained, we're also Dillon rule constrained, and how can we use that in the short term and then make advocacy choices legislatively in the long term?
So I just had one quick comment. Earlier today, we had a report on the state of homelessness in the community, and you had mentioned some of the work that she's working on is looking at resources, limited resources, and is she going to dabble in that? Seeing how the funds are going to those agencies and those programs.
I think naturally there is an opportunity to explore to what degree is our non-departmental process contributing or hindering some of the objectives that the council has set for the community. And so, of course, that will maybe be something that can be evaluated as a potential lever. But as for homelessness, again, Abby's work is primarily focused on the asset population, Alice population, and we have other areas of focus amongst the organization that will be working on the homelessness issue. That is not to say that that is separate and apart from her work, but that that expertise is going to be needed and concentrated in other areas of the department or the organization.
Great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
So Mayor, I'll just add one brief comment to the end of this presentation. Thank you, Steve. This is a continuation, a recast, if you will, of our equity work. This is to demonstrate that we did not give up on it when we were concerned about the attacks from DC. There was a concern that maybe we were not going to continue to focus on trying to lift people, and that is not what we're doing. We're actually doubling down and digging in different ways. So that's what this work is all about, and Abby has been working diligently since she joined the team. The other comment that I have is this week is Public Service Recognition Week, and since I have the honor and duty to lead this team of 1,123 staff members, I want to thank them for their work, thank them for all that they do to serve this community. Without them, a lot of things would not go well, and while we know that we don't hear all the great things that we're doing, I wanted to say thank you to all of them for what they are doing. We kicked off a series of internal open houses this week to promote collaboration and camaraderie because that helps us do our job better. And today I shared my seat with takers who wanted to be city manager for 60 seconds. So I might actually open the door and let some of you all come in and take a seat for 60 seconds and tell me what you might do. But I did not just simply allow people to come in and tell me what to do, because I don't do that. Instead, what I did was ask them to share with me what might they consider doing, and then I talk them through how challenging it could be to do exactly what you think, because while I may want to do a number of things, it's not always that easy. And it's always also that there are some things that come in conflict with other things, but I heard from a number of people a lot of good ideas and a few things that I will actually take it to heart and work on doing engagements with staff in other ways. And Afton was filming a lot when she came by, so I'm sure you all will see it on Facebook. So continue to watch the work that we're doing on Facebook just to be connected to the community as well. So that is my report.
Thank you.
Hey, staff.
Yes. We're now at the action items, and the first item is appeal resolution, the Mark 7th Street Southwest appeal of ARB, denial of certificate of appropriateness. We have potentially 3 speakers. Staff will speak up to 10 minutes. Applicant have the appellant has an opportunity up to 10 minutes, and then the BRA chair has up to 5 minutes. So, Jeff.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Jeff Warner. I'm the city's historic preservation and design planner. And tonight my role is serving as staff for the Board of Architectural Review. And Sam, one idea, if I were city manager for a day, and speaking of K-Tech and trades and preservation, we need to find a way to get those kids out there learning how to fix old windows. I had $1 for every call I get, someone asking me about fixing old windows. So I think maybe I'll retire and that's what I'll do, but that's an idea for K-Tech. Right. And it's actually even in our comp plan. So quickly, the matter before you tonight is an appeal of the BAR's denial of a COA for a 7-story multi-unit apartment building on 7th Street Southwest. And after my introduction, as Mayor Wade said, the appellant will have 10 minutes to address council, and James Zemer and David Timmerman, the chairs of the BAR, are also here to speak on behalf of the BAR. And then after those comments, we certainly can answer any questions. Next slide. On December 16, 2025, by a vote of 6-1, the BAR denied a COA for a new apartment building that was proposed on a 5-parcel site at the northeast corner of 7th Street and Delavan Street. In applying the design review criteria required by city code, the BAR determined that the height, massing, and scale of the new building are not compatible with 204 and 208 7th Street, which are city-designated individually protected properties, or IPPs. Following the BAR's action, as allowed by code, that denial was appealed to you all. Next slide. And it's solely because of the 2 IPPs, which you see here in front of the rendering of the proposed new building. And it's only because of those IPPs that this project was subject to BAR review. Per City Code, Chapter 34, Section 5.2.7, construction, reconstruction, alteration, or restoration of a building or a structure associated with an IPP requires a COA. Next slide. The proposed 7-story residential building features stepped massing, a brick base, fiber cement siding, modern windows. The 7th Street elevation, which you're looking at here, will surround the 2 historic properties as the 2 IPPs. And the brick dwellings will be rehabilitated, remain in place, and be within a terraced landscape courtyard. Next slide. Per City Code, Chapter 34, Section 2.9.3, IPPs are identified as buildings, structures, and landmarks together with their landscape and settings of special historic, cultural, or architectural significance, and which are located outside of the city's ADC districts. In July 1991, the City Council established by code the first list of IPPs, which included 204 and 208 7th Street Southwest. It also included my house a few blocks north of here, so I'm subject to BAR review as well. These 2 brick dwellings were reportedly constructed between 1876 and 1889 by James Hawkins. On the north side of 204, Hawkins had built a 3rd similar house, and that was raised prior to 1980. These were constructed as worker cottages in a simple form that is common in Charlottesville, but what's uncommon is that the builder used brick. Turned out Mr. Hawkins was a mason. The house at 204 is associated with Edmund Lee. He was a man of color, born around 1875, and the Lee family owned and occupied this house from 1902 into around 1955. The house at 208 is associated with Whit Parker, also a man of color, born around 1880. The Parker family owned and occupied the house from 1902 to around 1979. The large parcel at 202 7th Street, which is to the rear of the properties here, not designated, but it was a commercial industrial site in the late 1800s. In 1896, it was the site of the Virginia Ice Company. In the early 20th century, it served the Charlottesville and Albemarle Railroad Company, which was the streetcar system. It was later a woodlot, and it transitioned to a communication site, which is no longer in use. Next slide. So in reviewing this appeal per city code, you all will, as the BAR did in December, consider the criteria for reviewing construction, alteration, or restoration associated with an IPP. And you'll also consult with the BAR, which is presented in the staff memo, and which includes the meeting minutes, and also with the staff chairs here tonight to offer comments. The matter before council, go ahead, next slide. Thank you. So the matter before you all tonight is a decision whether to approve with conditions, or to deny the COA requested for this project. Your consideration of this appeal therefore represents a de novo review of the COA application. This is your review. You take in consideration what the BAR did, but this is your review of this project. City Code Chapter 34, Section 5.2.7C states that a COA will be approved unless the project does not meet the criteria for review or the design guidelines, and the project is incompatible with the historic, cultural, or architectural character of the IPP that is the subject of the application. Next slide. The criteria for reviewing the COA request are in Chapter 34 of the City Code under Section 5.2.7. Depending on the nature and scale of the project, a review considers 8 items, one of which is reference to the applicable design guidelines. For reviewing projects associated with an IPP, the BAR applies the ADC District Design Guidelines, which were adopted by Council in 2012. So again, not every item is applicable to every project. For example, item 7 here refers to signage. We didn't look at any signage on this project. And not all of the guidelines are applicable to every project. For example, Chapter 5 of the guidelines addresses signs, awnings, vending, and cafes, which are not relevant here. And additionally, the guidelines are exactly that, guidelines. The primary reason for the BAR's denial of this COA relates to the height, massing, and scale of the new building relative to the historic brick houses at 204 and 208. In considering if these elements of the new building are visually and architecturally compatible with the 2 IPPs, the BAR referred to Chapter 3 of the ADC District Guidelines, which provides guidance for new construction. I'll very briefly summarize how the height, massing, and scale of this project are treated by the guidelines. Next slide. Spacing. For multi-lot buildings such as this one, the guidelines recommend the design incorporate and respect the existing spacing on residential street. In this context, we consider the spacing of the 2 historic houses, which are 20 feet apart. This contrasts with a single monolithic new building. Next slide. The massing and the footprint. The guidelines recommend large-scale structures should not overpower the traditional scale of nearby buildings. In this context, the nearby buildings are the 2 IPPs. The historic houses have very small footprints, 532 feet and 612 square feet, respectively, and they cover less than 15% of their parcels. The new building has a footprint, and that's the first floor, the footprint of approximately 63,000 square feet, and covers more than 80% of the project site. Next slide. Building height. The guidelines recommend the height of a new building be within a maximum of 200% of the prevailing height in the surrounding area. In this context, that area is the 2 IPPs. Both of the historic buildings are 2 stories tall, so doubling that, that recommends a new building not exceed 4 stories. The proposed building is 7 stories. Next slide. Building width. The guidelines recommend the width of new buildings be within a maximum of 200% of the prevailing width in the surrounding area. Again, in this context, that area is the 2 IPPs. The historic buildings are 18 feet and 32 feet wide, respectively. Even using the larger of the 2, doubling that width recommends a new building not exceed 64 feet in width. The west elevation of the proposed building facing 7th Street is approximately 19 feet wide. So, next slide. That's just, again, very briefly going through the height, massing, and scale as evaluated by the BAR's interpretation of the design guidelines. So, in conclusion, staff recommends the council find that the height, massing, and the scale of the proposed new building are incompatible with the two IPPs, and by resolution deny a COA for this project. Should council deny the COA, to be clear, the owner may appeal to the Charlottesville Circuit Court per City Code Section 34, Section 5.2.7E. Next slide. So before proceeding to comments from the appellants and comments from the BAR chairs, do you all have any questions for me about what I presented or what was circulated to you in the staff report?
Yeah.
I've got a quick question to clarify. Just to clarify, is the question about the IPPs, or is the question about the building behind the IPPs?
They're both. It is about the impact of the new building on the two IPPs.
And it's not about the restoration of the IPPs strictly?
All right, and thank you for asking that, because I think folks here understand. So first off, the IPPs are the parcels, and the contributing structure of the IPP are the houses. We're using them synonymously here, but so it's understood there are actually parcels involved, and it's because this project encroaches onto those parcels that brings it into under the BAR's purview. The project has with it a rehabilitation plan for the two buildings, and one that the BAR thought very highly of. In fact, it is it's a well-done plan on how to do that, but it relies upon the construction of the new building. So it is in that context of, we had to look at this as one COA. The BAR couldn't say, well, we'll give you a COA to fix the old buildings up, and we'll deny one for the new buildings. It was a single application, so it's being treated as one. But yes, you are looking at these as one project, a 7-story apartment building that will incorporate and rehabilitate two individually protected properties, which represented in the two brick structures. And so I think the primary question before you all, and where the BAR denied the project, was in that how the height, massing, and scale of that new affects.
Well, one more question. So it's the parcel, like here's parcel, here's house, and then the front of the inner U of the large building is like a couple feet onto the parcel.
Not a couple feet, but yes, it does encroach onto it, yes.
So how many feet? So.
We're getting to sort of hypothetical, but we have wondered at, like, even if it were an inch, would that change?
Well, right.
It is, the fact that it is encroaching onto it simply by code.
Encroaching by an inch is the same as encroaching by 20 feet.
Yeah, I don't have the.
Sure, but just.
Yeah, something we could evaluate,
okay.
yeah.
But the rest of the building, if it was not on that inch or that 20 feet, is by right anyway. They could build it without coming through to the BAR.
Correct. We would have no role in it whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Good questions.
Lloyd, did you have any clarifying questions?
Well,
This morning?
under what authority can you require a COA for a property that is not subject to the historic preservation ordinance?
You mean in terms of the BAR looking at the other three sides of the building?
Right.
I don't have the authority to do that, but the BAR didn't. If you look at the transcript and the discussion, I mean, we're looking at an entire project.
In your statement of the issue, you have put brackets around the project, because that's not the word of the ordinance.
Well,
that's your words or somebody else's words, but they're not the word of the word.
I'm BAR staff. I'm not an attorney, and but my understanding, the BAR was reviewing this. Sure, it had all four sides. We look at a coherent project. I mean, I would hope that you wouldn't ask the BAR to look at something that, had a 40-foot width that mattered, and then the rest of the sides and the other three sides was, plastic and vinyl siding. I would hope that you would want a cohesive design, and the BAR would look at that. But,
I'm more worried about the legal authority rather than anything else.
Your city attorney's over there. I would ask him, not me.
Well, I have. And at least my interpretation of things is, just to give you an example, if my neighbor were an individually protected property would you have any authority to regulate what I did on my property?
None. In fact, use my house. My neighbors could do whatever they wish on there, and it doesn't, we don't weigh that, you know, it's not subject to BAR review. Or I'm doing something on my house, it doesn't, you know, what I do isn't weighed against what's going on them.
Okay.
However, if I build onto that property line, or they build onto my property line, let's say they join the properties, yes, then you look at the whole. I mean, it doesn't make sense to look at a sliver of a project. That's
Well,
not good design.
I mean, the real problem here is that for better or for worse, this is not either an architectural design control district or a historic conservation district.
Correct.
If it were, there would be a very different discussion.
If it were within a district, yes.
Yes.
And we used to call, the old ordinance at times referred to IPPs as minor historic districts. But you're exactly right. If this were within the West Main Historic District, we'd be looking at it in a slightly different context. But I'll be honest with you, that I don't think that would change anything. Being familiar with Fifeville and what, you know, are the typical things nearby, that would not change how the BAR reviewed this.
Well, okay. That's all I've got right now. Thank you.
Yeah, Jen?
No, thanks. Councilor Oshon answered my question.
Okay. Mr. Payne?
So this is one of the comments from public comment, was asking City Council to consider in part our comprehensive plan, including the Cherry Avenue Small Area Plan, which is part of the comprehensive plan. The question is just, the BAR is in a very specific purview. In part, we're able to consider things beyond that, around relevant information and factors. Would the comprehensive plan be part of considerations, or do we need to consider this in a more narrow framework?
The charge that you all gave to the BAR in the ordinance is purview over these historic designated districts and the designated IPPs, and also the conservation districts. And then the direction you gave them were to apply the criteria that's in the code, and which include the design guidelines. You also did, when the ordinance was updated in 2023, you said on certain things to consider the objectives of the comprehensive plan. For example, you recall the solar panels on the roof at the First United Methodist, and so there was a weighing of, the BAR should weigh that context. But I try very hard, advising the BAR, the guidelines are what we can stand on. I mean, we can have opinions, but if we use the guidelines as our filter, and that knowing that for every action the BAR takes, that can be appealed to council, where you're on a lot safer footing, considering broader things than I feel comfortable suggesting the BAR take into consideration.
So, because this is something we've gotten emails and public comment tonight about, I mean, unlike the BAR, the City Council, should base our decision in the guidelines as our strongest basis, but we have a stronger basis than the BAR to consider comprehensive plan goals. Is that correct?
In my very narrow world that I operate in down the hall, I would suggest staying in the context of how I read the state code. You all are able, in order to have historic districts, to have a BAR that reviews projects in historic districts. In order to do that by code, then if you appoint a body, then that decision of that body must be appealable to the elected body. And it says, or implies, at least as I read it, in considering the same set of circumstances that appointed body would. That's my opinion, but that's why I'm not comfortable evaluating, or I guess offering recommendation on how far you all could go with that. So I think your strongest case is to stick within the design guidelines.
Sure. I don't know if you were getting ready to say anything.
Just want to remind you that within the development code, we do have the provision that talks about during an appeal of this nature, the city council will consult the BAR, consider the written appeal, the criteria set forth in this section as applicable, and any other information, factors, or opinions it deems relevant to the application. So the application here has to concerning the IPPs that we're talking about and their impact on the IPPs. To the extent that the comprehensive plan has something to say that is relevant to these IPPs and historic preservation, those are all certainly factors that the council could consider.
Understood. And could you just walk through the options that are in front of council tonight? Obviously, city council can make a motion to grant the COA. We can make a motion to deny the COA. Do other options exist around either deferral or sending back to the BAR?
That's been done in the past. There has been one other case. There aren't, and I look back to, I think, 2003. There have been a lot of appeals. And this is the first one where the BR actually denied a large-scale project and the applicant appealed it. Most of the others all of the others that were large-scale were neighboring property owners appealing an approval. So in one case, yeah, there was a project that was deferred back to the BAR and sort of, hey, try and figure this out. You certainly have that available too. This is also a complex project. This is a large building. There's a lot going on here. The BAR reviewed this, I think, 4 times. So, and I spoke with some of you, you've asked, but if you feel like you need more information, you want to understand something or want to take a longer time to discussion, it's within your right to say, all right, let's defer this to a later date. And then, of course, yes, you can approve it outright. You could approve it and even add conditions. That's where it gets a little murky, because I would say how far, if you wanted to say, could you do this or that, or how much would you guys this evening or in future meetings want to step into the role of the BAR, and what kind of precedent does that set? Mm-hmm. But I think if you had like some reasonable things that, yeah, you could certainly have some conditions. And then I'd just say, if you were to deny it, I would encourage you, as I encourage the BAR, if you're going to just deny something, really be clear about why.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think, again, I just want to walk through what every different option that exists for a majority of council is. And the final, question is, the BAR, is engaged with these approvals for years. Professional experience and then experience on the BAR in these projects. They made a 6-1 vote. As you mentioned, they had gone through multiple iterations of reviewing this project. Your staff recommendation is to uphold the BAR's decision. You are the staff member. The city is entrusted with this work and have the most experience in dealing with it. Do you, I assume because it's your recommendation that this is the case, but is your professional opinion that upholding the BAR's decision is defensible and in line with our historic preservation guidelines and is a defensible and reasonable position, recognizing ambiguity will always exist, and part of the process, no matter what, is that it can be appealed to the court?
Absolutely. And my position, when something is appealed, is to represent the BAR. So I'm in a bit tricky position too. Sure. You attended the BAR meetings. You saw my level of candor with the BAR. I don't quite have that with you all, but I think I stand behind the BAR in its decision, and I think that their decision is substantiated by the guidelines as they were interpreted. But you are correct. And in fact, the chapter on new construction specifically starts out by saying these are intended to be flexible. There is no one size fits all. There is a level of subjectivity that you ultimately have to bring to something. I could not take those guidelines, punch them into AI, and have it develop or design the perfect building. It's not going to happen. So there is some decision-making here. I'm representing how the BAR made its decision and then using that to advise you all.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll have other opportunities later. We'll now hear from the appellant if they would like to.
Yes, they're here.
Good evening, Mayor, members
evening.
of council. I'm Steve Blaine here representing the appellant. With my co-counsel, Valerie Long, we're going to do a short presentation. And we have members of the project team here as well. We hope we can answer all your questions. I think the next slide, please. The report and those questions were very helpful in distilling down the essence of this. What is the impact to this project? And I think it's the overall project that helps on these individually protected properties. Next slide. But I think it's also important to step back and look at what the intent of the ordinance is. And among the objectives is to incentivize, provide incentives for the rehabilitation of projects such as this. Next slide. I learned from Jeff's report that these were among the 80 properties in 1991 that were designated for historic preservation. In the ensuing 35 years, there's been little attention paid to these properties. In fact, 204 7th Street, which is on the left, is boarded up, has been uninhabited for 30 years. Next slide. We have a structural report done in November of 2025 that shows that both these structures are in extreme disrepair. They're structurally compromised. They run the risk of, they risk progressive failure and present a falling hazard. Next slide. Landmark proposes to rehabilitate these structures according to the National Park Service standards at an estimated cost of about $2 million. That translates to about $800 per square foot. Rehabilitating these structures to those standards as a standalone project would be infeasible. Landmark can do it because they can spread those costs across the entire project. Just to put it in perspective, the median sale price per square foot in Charlottesville is $281. So there's no way that this would be a viable investment without Landmark's projects. Next slide, please. The guidelines talk about visibility and architecturally compatibility. We want to talk about certainly the massing, which was very critical to the BAR's decision. But we think that the next slide, please. Overall, taking into account all of the factors, the IPP structures are better off, vast improved by this project than the status quo. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Long.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The evolution of the building has significantly evolved over the last year in the 4 BAR meetings. On the left, you see the original proposal. The 2 photos on the right show the current proposal. I think you can agree a substantial improvement with regard to the massing, the scale, but the treatment of the IPPs, which is the matter at hand today. The bottom right is the image along Delavan Street, which was dramatically improved and reduced, but is not within the purview of the BAR because it's not part of the IPPs. Next slide, please. This is the original proposal just zoomed in to show how the original design related to those IPPs. It was very close. You had 7 stories all around it. Next slide, please. This is the revised design. You can see the most significant change is that the center mass, the top 5 stories of the center, or the U, was reduced by 5 stories. It was pushed back 70 feet from where it was originally to specifically provide more space around the IPPs and better relate to them. Next slide, please. This also visually demonstrates the reduction of height and massing along the upper stories, as well as a number of step backs along the 7th Street frontage. Next slide, please. This is the result of those modifications. You can see the articulation, the step backs, the new terraces along the top, and just a variety of variation in roof and height. Next slide, please, where the massing steps away from the IPPs. And those changes are beyond the scope of those 2 IP parcels, as Councilor Snook indicated. The reductions that were made provided an opportunity to create this active courtyard space. It's terraced, it's programmed, creates a new gathering place between the restored IPPs and the new building, and it dramatically strengthens the relationship between the restored IPPs and the new building, which is what this is all about. Next slide, please. Also, as a specific recommendation of the BAR with regard to those IPPs was to modify the building facade so that it is more sympathetic to the IPPs. So on the left side, the original proposal, you can see the dark brick banding along the base was much taller than the IPPs. By comparison, on the right-hand side, the brick banding is now at an equivalent height, so it makes it much more in scale with those IPPs. Also, the tall vertical brick columns were removed on the left side, which furthers that goal. Next slide, please. This is the result of those modifications. Next slide. In addition, although not required by either state enabling legislation or the local ordinance, the applicants nevertheless worked in good faith to respond to those comments and suggestions from the BAR that were not about the portions of the building that touch the IPP or about how the IPPs are treated by the larger building. Next slide, please. The most significant changes were the reduction in height and massing along Delavan Street. This is an image from the staff report. A little hard to see with the coloring on the slide, but the top corner shows the shaded area. That entire area, it's kind of lavender, was removed for the final proposal to, again, address comments that were made about concerns about the impact of the height and massing and scale of the building on the broader neighborhood beyond the scope of the BAR, but the applicant nevertheless made that change. You can see, next slide, please. In the bottom, this slide here, the current, you can also see how that banding of brick that I described, how it was modified to be consistent with the scale of the IPPs along the 7th Street side, nevertheless continues around the corner on the Delavan side to maintain that appropriate scale as with the IPPs. And again, the dramatic improvement in the variation, building articulation, and reduction of height and massing from the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view showing the difference in roof elevations. The area in yellow represents the wing of units or the portion of that building that was removed voluntarily by the applicant. The roof line was then stepped back a second transition. There's 2 transitions. One's required by the code. The other is not. Next slide, please. Also voluntary changes that the applicants agreed to make at suggestions of the BAR that are beyond the scope of the IPPs were to step down the massing of the building on the corner of the 7th Street and the railroad tracks, as shown in the 2 images. Next slide, please. There were a number of statements made by individual BAR members during the various 4 meetings about complimenting the design team on the treatment of the IPP. I've listed those, but indicating that they're pleased with the treatment of the IPPs. They've done positive things to break down the massing. It's within the scale. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, though, when it came time to have deliberations at the final meeting, the vast majority of the comments from the BAR members had to do with concerns about the impact of the building on the neighborhood as a whole, and they were not contained to discussions about the portions of the building, either the renovations to the IPP themselves, nor the remaining portions of the building that touch the IPP parcels. Next slide, please. For that reason, we would ask that the council overturn the BAR's denial and issue the certificate of appropriateness. As noted in the staff report, the criteria under the ordinance is that the certificate must be approved unless there is a finding that, two-part test, that one, the project does not meet the design guidelines, and that the project is incompatible with the IPPs that are subject of the application. And finally, as noted by Mr. Werner himself, the guidelines are intended to be flexible. They were adopted at least back in 1991. Compared to what your zoning ordinance looks like now compared to 1991, it's dramatically different. You all have the discretion to use your reasonable judgment to interpret those guidelines in the context of the current zoning ordinance. And we would ask that you consider that as part of your review tonight. And we are, of course, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the appellant? Natalie, you have any?
Do you want to start here?
Well, Michael said he didn't have any, so.
Are the materials finalized?
I believe so. I don't believe there were any continuing or any further concerns about the materials.
Okay.
And I guess I'll look to the architects. The architects are saying, yes, they are final? Yes.
Okay. That is my only question at the moment. Thank you.
Lloyd?
Could you go back to the last slide? Or somebody call up the last slide, slide 24. This isn't so much a question as it is an opportunity to point out something. That is that the star, of course, is where this particular project is located. And one of the things that I think we have to keep in mind is that for a couple of blocks to the east, we have the same RX5 zoning. For a couple of blocks to the west, we have Walker Square, which is zoned RX5. And for whatever reason, when council considered zoning in 2023, I think it's fair to say that nobody raised a question about any of those parcels, about the wisdom of having RX5 for those parcels. It never came up in any discussion of core neighborhoods, the RNA, the core neighborhood corridor concept. We talked about those. Core neighborhood corridor was basically limited to either Preston Avenue or Cherry Avenue. There was no discussion of the rest of Fifeville. And I think that I just wanted to have this map up and let folks see exactly what I'm talking about. For better or for worse, we didn't pay attention to that whole issue. So you've got Walker Square, you've got this, and you've got potentially two more lots going east along there that could also be RX5. I guess the question that I have, that I'm grappling with, because I'm trying to figure out what the ordinance is supposed to say. I realize when we wrote it back in 2023, we didn't discuss these terms either. And so the issue for me is the purely legal question of whether we or BAR or the city generally has authority over properties that are not regulated. They are not themselves IPPs. They are not themselves in an architectural design control district. They are not themselves in a historic conservation district. And so the question then becomes, well, okay, what exactly does this project intend that encroaches on these two IPPs? And as best I can tell from, and I don't know which one of your photos would show it best, or renderings would show it best. As best I can tell, it is going back, I don't know, probably 20, 30, 40 feet behind those two buildings. There's going to be sort of a wall across, and then beyond the wall is going to be a swimming pool. How far back do these parcels go, and how much of that other development is going to be on these two parcels?
I can tell you two statistics, Councilor Snook. One is that of the total acreage, the IPP parcels constitute 16%. And of the total building footprint, the portions within the two IPP parcels is 11%.
So I guess to get at something that Mr. Warner and I were discussing, actually he was discussing it in a different context before I started asking questions, but the notion of if you do anything, if you encroach in any way on an IPP, then you are making your entire project subject to the historic design factors. Seems to me, and the discussion, at least one part of the discussion could be, well, let's look at exactly what is going to happen on the footprint of these two IPPs. And if what's going to happen on the two IPPs is not 5 or 7 stories tall, then we're kind of confusing the issue to be talking about what's 5 or 7 stories tall. That's why I'm wondering what actually is going on that back portion of those two IPP lots.
If you could, first, could I ask to go to the next slide, if I could tag on to your comment about the zoning, Councilor Snook, because I think it's an important part about whether they were considered or not. This is the same current zoning map, just zoomed in a little bit to show the context of how all those parcels in orange, as you accurately noted, are zoned RX5, and they function as a transition from the RNA in the pale yellow and the RB in the brighter yellow. From there to across the railroad tracks, where you have the slightly lighter red shade is corridor mixed use 5, and then on the slightly darker to the next block over where the train station is, CX8. So that's kind of the current pattern. If you go to the next slide, please, you see it's really a continuation of the exact same pattern that was in place at least as far back as the 2013 district. Unfortunately, the old map showed all mixed-use districts in pink, but where the parcels are, all those parcels that are currently zoned RX5 were zoned Cherry Avenue mixed-use corridor in the old ordinance. What's shown in orange is RX3, where you could actually go to 101 feet with a special use permit. On the opposite side of the railroad tracks, even though it's the same shade of map.
This is under the old ordinance?
That's the old ordinance.
So it wouldn't have been RX3, just R3?
No, excuse me, you're correct,
Okay.
R3.
And that would have been by special use permit, and unlike
Correct.
the current ordinance, there wouldn't be unlimited density by right?
You're correct, exactly. But just in terms of what options were there potentially for height. But everything that is now RX5 was Cherry Avenue. What is now RB is shown in the orange parcels were R3 residential. The brighter yellow there, that was R1S. Now they're RNA. On the opposite side of the railroad tracks, even though it's the same color, that was the West Main East zoning district, much more intensive than Cherry Avenue zoning. So again, it's the same pattern that was continued, and I speculate that that may be why there was not much discussion about how those parcels were proposed to be zoned under the new code, because it wasn't really a change. It was just, yes, different districts. Instead of Cherry Avenue, it's now RX5, but a lot of the same transition in terms of intensity remained in place.
we're getting a little off field,
Sure.
so I don't want to go far down this rabbit hole, but in your opinion, removing a special use permit requirement and having unlimited density by right isn't a change?
I didn't say that. All I meant was that it was a similar pattern in terms of functioning as a transition between low-level residential, predominantly, if not entirely, single-family residential, to the much more intense mixed-use commercial districts. It was a pattern, certainly very, very different rules and regulations between the old and the new ordinance. So forgive me if I got on a tangent, I just wanted to make that point. If you could go to the slide that showed the roof, the pink and the yellow roof outline, I'll tell you which slide it is.
While Valerie's looking for that, I think to go back to your point about the legal authority, we couldn't find any authority on that, or we would have cited it. So I think it's...
I couldn't find any
it's a
exactly.
first impression.
Yeah.
But if you, I guess, analyzed it by the corollary, the old but for, the causal connection, remember the Ball's graph case, but for this IPP property, we wouldn't be before you tonight. So if you just take that to its logical, the confines of the consideration must be within the confines of the IPP.
Well, the technical question that this might end up turning on if it ever got to a court for review is this question of whether what happens on the back end of these two IPP properties can be looked at separately from the rest of the project. And that's where I would hate to try to predict where any court would end up, but my own sort of gut feeling about it is that the right answer is to say that if the part that is, that what we need to look at is what's going to happen on those individually protected properties. And is what's going to happen on those individually protected properties is net good for the historic structures. That's something worth noting, because I think it's pretty clear that if this project doesn't go through, it's only a matter of time before those buildings fall apart. And at that point, we've got a historic preservation, real mess on our hands, and one that I don't know that there's any good way to prevent unless somebody's willing to come along and invest an awful lot of money in it. I mean, I can't imagine anybody buying it and fixing it up at the cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. You said millions, perhaps.
$2 million estimate.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on building costs, but it's clearly at least many hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's not going to work financially. Anyway, so I kind of come down to this two issues. Issue number one is can we separate out what's going to happen on the separate IPP lots, and I think that's the better reading of the statute and the ordinance. And number two, what's going to happen on that particular property? Is that going to be a net benefit for the historic property? Those, I think, are the two questions we need to be focusing on.
I would agree.
I think, and you have the slide to answer the second half of your question?
Yes, slide 20, please. Now, this slide was put in to demonstrate the variation in height transitions along Delavan Street, but I think it also will help identify or answer your question, Councilor Snook. You can see the area, sort of the lighter shading where the pool terrace area is, and obviously the IPPs, all but a tiny little bit of that courtyard is the IPP parcels. There are a few portions of the edges of the buildings on either side of the U, mostly on the south side, and maybe entirely the south side, but very small slivers of those buildings encroach onto the IPPs. The rest of it is the one-story, or two-story, one-story, however you count it, of the pool terrace there.
So how far, if we go to the right there, to the east, How far back do those IPP properties go? Can you tell from this?
I believe they very closely align with that, the middle of the so-called U. I'm looking to the architects to confirm.
Yeah, basically where it steps up where the pink is, that's pretty much the back.
Okay.
Yeah, do you mind pointing to?
That was my guesstimate just by looking at it. but
And
I-
just for any additional comments from the audience, it would be great to speak into the microphone since people are watching at home. Please, thank you.
Should we subpoena him to come up?
Yeah.
We just want to make sure everyone can hear everything.
There's a clicker just there.
Clicker is also.
Lloyd, you finished?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Jen?
This is going to help, I'm trying to understand if the pool and the terrace and that, I think it's a wall between the pool and the IPPs are all part of the plots,
Part of the.
the lots.
The IPP lots.
The IPP lots.
If you could go to slide 11, please. That is roughly the area on the so-called inside of the U, the houses themselves, or the structures, and the area going straight back, just pretty much to the far side of where that pool terrace area. We showed it in green so it was easier to distinguish and figure out what's going on in that void area.
I looked at the green and thought grass, not pool.
I understand, and at first it was shown, and it was so busy, the detail, to accurately reflect it as a pool. It was very hard to then, the columns and the transparency of the colonnade was lost, and so I asked that it be shown in a solid color so you could see. Again, the point was about how the massing has changed
Sure.
around those structures to better integrate them into the overall project. And so that was the goal of that image, of that. If I may, I unfortunately did not bring multiple copies of this, but we can provide them. I have an exhibit that the architects had prepared, which I'm happy to pass around, that shows the outline of the IPPs relative to the building as a whole. That is much like that slide 20 I showed with the rooftop, but it shows where they are.
And can you show the slide with the courtyard rendering?
Sure.
I don't know.
The one we were just on?
No, it's a side view from the courtyard to the IPP.
Looking north on 7th Street.
Pardon me?
Looking north on 7th Street.
Oh, sure. From the one taken from inside the courtyard looking out?
Possibly. It's very hard to make out, so I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I know
understand
what
how
you're
it
talking
relates
Yeah, I
to
think
this.
that might be it. I think I remember that one.
Slide number 14, I believe. Is that the
Yeah,
one?
this.
Yeah, so that's a little hard to get your perspective. That is from inside the courtyard. You're looking at the 208, the second or southernmost IPP. That's the back of it after it's been restored. If you can see through the gap in the far right, right over that woman's head who's sitting on the bench, that's looking towards 7th Street.
Okay.
So
this is the space between this and the pool.
Correct. If you
Got
were
it.
standing where the woman is in the picture, the pool terrace area would be just to her left.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I struggled with the same issue.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to be sure that the engineering report that went into the record, in fairness to the BAR, this report was not part of the last application materials.
Okay, other questions for the appellant?
If it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor and Madam Clerk, I will be happy to pass this around. I've drawn an arrow here. This is an exhibit that was prepared that was to help me understand how the evolution of the building changed along the four things. It wasn't necessarily intended to be submitted. It's somewhat of a technical drawing, a little hard to figure out what's going on, but I believe it will address your specific question.
And you're pointing to the second one down. Yeah.
This is when the first.
Gotcha.
Maybe I'll step back a minute and explain what it shows, and then maybe when it gets to you, this is the original proposal that had, as you remember, the zoom-in picture, it zoomed way up, and then after the comments were made, please reduce the height and massing around the IPPs. That's when the architects moved that center mass and created that big view by reducing 5 stories down so that that courtyard center area was just 2 stories. And that then created the space for the courtyard, but also it shows how much of shows the outline in dashed pink red lines where the IPP parcels are.
I do have one more question for you all. How many apartments or units or people were in the original drawing versus the amended?
It was reduced. The result is 179 units, roughly 760 apartments.
Hang on, I got it.
It's kind of a trick question because when we first submitted the June application, we didn't have the additional property was not yet under contract. So the corner of Delavan and 7th Street was added into the project after the June submission.
Okay, so that you lost some, but you gained some.
Lost some, but we gained some.
Okay, thank you.
And not to zoom out too much, but by your own admission, it does encroach on to the individually protected properties. So there is a basis for both the BAR staff and the City Council to apply design standards about whether or not the certificate of appropriateness fits with the IPPs. So it's not a question of whether City Council can or cannot make that decision.
The portions of the building that encroach onto the 2 IPP parcels, and yes. And you'll see it's a relatively small amount. It's, I believe, 11% of the building footprint. Perhaps Mr. Blade answered your question, Councilor Oshrin. The current proposal shown on the design is 180. They actually lost 1 unit as part of the site plan review process, but 179, 180 units, which corresponds to 737 beds, I believe was your question.
And sorry, how many beds?
737.
737, thank you.
Give or take a few, there may have been a few adjustments given the most recent site plan review.
Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly.
Okay.
Sorry, may I add one more thing relevant to your question? When the applicants removed the floor, the row of the massing along Delavan Street, that was a loss of 30 beds with that reduction.
Thank you. And any other questions right now? Is the chair of bar present to? Oh.
Evening. Good evening, Mayor Wade and City Councilors.
Good evening.
My name is James Zemer. I'm currently serving as Chair of the Board of Architectural Review. I feel my purpose tonight is to help explain the viewpoint of the majority of the BAR and how we came to our decision and how our ultimate charge in reviewing a project based on City Council's design guidelines was executed dutifully and within our purview. The proposed apartment complex known as the Mark was presented to the BAR in 3 separate pre-application conferences and 1 formal certificate of appropriateness application. At the end of the staff report portion of the first pre-application conference, but before the applicants gave their presentation, I specifically asked city staff to clarify 1 point for the BAR. That point was that the only reason this project was brought before the BAR was because the building footprint encroached onto the parcels of 2 individually protected properties, namely 204 and 208 7th Street Southwest, the Hawkins Lee and Hawkins Parker houses. Staff confirmed that this was the reason we were reviewing the project and confirmed that the entire project was subject to our review. That's why we had all those conversations and deliberations about the entire project, which the appellant was part of those conversations. I asked this question for a reason. That reason was to help frame the BAR's review of the entire project, in that we were charged with evaluating this project in the context of these two small, two-story worker cottages from the 1870s and 80s. According to city code, each individually protected property is regarded as a design control district, and therefore the BAR applied the Architectural Design Control District guidelines to the IPPs. One intent of establishing IPPs and reviewing projects related to them is to ensure that additions, alterations, restorations, landscaping, and related elements be in harmony with a building or structure and its setting. Because the larger project required that the building footprint sat on the IPP parcels, the entire project was subject to BAR purview, focused on the exterior building size and design. At each and every meeting, BAR members expressed concern about the building's height, scale, and massing. The simple truth is that a 180-unit, 770-bed, 7-story building is not compatible with two one-room deep, 2-story buildings. Again, we are tasked with reviewing this project in the context of the IPPs. This project was challenging to review because the applicant proposed to rehabilitate the existing structures, which the BAR applauded and supported. But ultimately, the size, scale, and massing of the new building was found to be incompatible with the IPPs. The mechanism through which the BAR works is a certificate of appropriateness. We were unable to find this large structure appropriate in the context of the smaller buildings. Simply put, if the project footprint were pulled back outside the parcel boundaries of the IPPs, it would have never come before the BAR for review. This reinforces the BAR's focused review on the juxtaposition of the new structure in relation to the IPPs, and ultimately led to the denial of the COA. City Code Chapter 34, Section 5.2.7.c.2.a states a COA will be approved unless the project does not meet the criteria for review or the design guidelines, and the project is incompatible with the historic, cultural, or architectural character of the IPP that is the subject of the application. As stated in the motion for denial, the project did not meet several of the design review criteria, specifically whether the material, texture, culture, height, scale, mass, and placement of the proposed construction are visually and architecturally compatible with the site and applicable IPP. The effect of the proposed change on the adjacent building or structures, whether the proposed method of construction, renovation, or restoration could have an adverse impact on the structure or site or adjacent buildings or structures. In addition to these criteria, the project was found to be incompatible with the historic, cultural, and architectural character of the IPPs. The BAR stayed in our lane. The BAR followed our process. We upheld the design guidelines adopted by City Council, as was our charge. We respectfully request that you uphold the BAR's decision. Thank you for your consideration. Vice Chair, also would like to speak, not much time, but.
Please.
If I may?
Yes.
I just have two pages, comments. Good evening, Mayor Wade and City Council members. My name is David Timmerman.
So, I'm sorry.
The BAR was given 5 minutes to respond. They've taken their 5 minutes. I think that to expand that, you're free to. You are free to modify your rules if you see fit. However, we did say beforehand that would be 5 minutes for the BAR.
Do we need to take a formal vote?
If there's a, excuse me, I'm trying to speak to the council. If there's a motion to modify your rules, it would need to be a motion and a second and a vote and approved by 4/5 of the council.
Well, I'm happy to move to just be able to hear the brief comments.
Yeah.
Should we put an official time on the motion?
I'm sure 5 minutes would be sufficient for 2 pages, so sure, 5 minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed, please say no.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration. It's much appreciated after our four-session review. Obviously, we've had a lot that we've gone over. So my name is David Timmerman, and as Vice Chair of the BAR, I want to share my perspective on our review of the MARC for two important reasons. First, given its size and scale and proximity to sensitive historic city fabric, this project sets an important precedent for all future development. It's imperative City Council is aware of the precedent-setting nature of this kind of project. The MARC was a difficult review, as James just said, for our board. The BAR's role is simple. We base our review on adherence to BAR guidelines, and our purview is the building's exterior, plain and simple. A common question we often ask in determining if a project is acceptable or appropriate is, how does this project relate to the site and scale of its surroundings? The answer in this case is simple. It does not. Not when you compare a 7-story building to the 2 small houses designated as IPPs and located within the historic single-family Fifeville neighborhood. Who can realistically argue the scale and massing of this new project relates to its surroundings when you look at the images? On the other hand, the only reason this project is under BAR review is because the 2 historic houses in question are designated as IPPs. The developer willingly chose to include these houses into their development with the good intention of preserving them. But the developer could just as easily decided to build their development around 204 and 208 7th Street and not include the houses in their plans, which undoubtedly, as we've already talked about, would lead to their eventual ruin and demise. Please take a moment to process the paradox we were presented with here. Does the BAR simply ignore the guidelines set in place to protect our city's historic fabric, setting a poor precedent moving forward? Or do we work to uphold the guidelines, but do so at the worst possible cost, and in this case would be losing the IPPs? I believe I speak for others on the board in feeling like our hands were tied. In this case, how do we apply design guidelines to a condition so at odds with the guidelines' primary intention? It should be clear that the fundamental issue here, and the reason our review was so difficult, is that the BAR guidelines are no longer aligned with the aspects of the city's new zoning ordinance, given its recent drastic change. We are finding our guidelines are becoming at times incompatible with the scale of new structures generally allowed just about anywhere, including adjacent to historic context. A worthwhile question here to ask here is, what if we had just simply approved the project? And why not? All of us on the board respected the developer's plans to save the 2 IPPs. The developer was also working by right, as we've all talked about, based on the city's zoning. But on the other hand, how would we, the members of the board, respond to citizens when asked why the BAR would approve a project so at odds with our BAR directive? No doubt many would question our adherence to the guidelines, and no doubt that leaves the board appearing ineffectual. In this way, wouldn't we be doing the concept of the BAR and the city a disservice? Fundamentally, the difficulty here is reconciling the BAR charge with the new zoning parameters. As a result, this project is brought before council so you might witness the friction occurring when these new sanctioned projects run up against the city's historic sensitive areas. Perhaps for this reason, this project needed to come back to council so council members can see for themselves the specific impacts of the new ordinance and take part in these decisions that fundamentally alter the city's historic context. My second reason for coming in front of you is to address the reasons stated by the appellant in their letter as grounds for appeal. First, the BAR did provide reasons in our final decision of denial, and these reasons did stem directly from the official BAR guidelines. Second, at no time during our review did the BAR seek to overturn the city zoning ordinance, as the applicant asserts. Obviously, an action of this kind is simply not in our purview. Instead, our only action was to deny the project based on the guidelines we are provided. And finally, I would refute the applicant's stated message that the BAR acted in an arbitrary or capricious manner. Again, our response was governed by the guidelines. In hindsight, though challenging, this project review was a valuable exercise for the city, and the BAR process was successful in the way it brought to light the inconsistencies mentioned above. Throughout this application's review, many important questions were raised, such as how does and how should the city's new ordinance affect Charlottesville landscape in key historic areas? Another question is, how important are these historic areas to the identity and vitality of the city? What does the city now want the BAR to consider appropriate moving forward? It is not the BAR's job to answer these questions, but it's worthwhile to offer that the city keep these questions in mind as we begin to see the physical manifestation of the new zoning.
Thank you.
Far from being capricious, the BAR, grounded in its guidelines, acts as a healthy mechanism for advising council and should be seen as a unique, valuable asset to our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you all so much for your work on this. I know it was a heavy load. Thank you. Jen, do you have any questions? Okay. Lloyd?
When you were discussing this, and I watched the videos of a number of your meetings, I can't swear that I paid attention to every second of every one of them, but did you, how much attention did you pay to the question of what was actually being done on those IPP lots?
We certainly paid attention to what was being done to the buildings themselves. And as I mentioned, we supported and applauded what they were planning to do with the historic properties. But as also mentioned, it was our understanding that because the footprint of the project encroached onto the parcel, the whole project was at our review. And so, yeah, we paid attention to what was on the parcel, but we also paid attention to what was on the adjacent parcels as well.
Based on the proffered legal explanation that if it encroaches a little, the whole thing comes under your review.
And that's, for as long as I've been on the BAR, which is 6 years, that's what we've done for every project similar where we've got that issue.
Have you had that issue arise with an IPP that is not a part of some larger district?
Yes. I can't remember the street address, but the house on JPA that was the stone house.
The rock, yeah.
That we denied the certificate for demolition, and then city council overturned it. But it's a very similar case, right? There's a giant building going up right now.
Natalie?
No questions, thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, well, and I appreciate the, raising that you all are in a very paradoxical situation that raises questions that ultimately have to be city council discussions and decisions that go beyond even what's in front of us tonight. And as we heard in public comments earlier tonight, there have been people who've been coming to city council for, I think, over a year at this point, angry, tears at meetings, people feeling disrespected, unheard, unlistened to. And the city government hasn't given an answer of whether the opinion of city council and city government is that these projects are a good thing we want more of, or if it's a problem that should be addressed in terms of amending zoning. And people are concerned about the IPP impacts and the architectural impacts, but as we heard earlier tonight, people are also concerned about displacement, not displacement different than, people are just evicted from one building, but economic displacement of businesses changing over time for UVA students rather than Fifeville residents, property values going up, the concentration of UVA students increasing the proliferation of Airbnbs and hotel development, probably long-term, for graduation and sports games. And that's a bigger conversation. I'm just glad you raised that because we still have not given an answer to the community about whether we like these projects and want more of them, or if we want to initiate a process of amending the zoning to deal with those issues, and whether any discretionary review from special use permits is a good or bad thing, and whether projects like 501 Cherry Avenue, which because a special rezoning was required, got a community benefits agreement, do we want more of that or no more of that? So anyway, I know it's separate from tonight, but you raised it, and it is the fundamental issue. And the only avenue people can have that conversation with city council or city government at all right now is through this process, which puts all of us in an impossible situation. All of which, you know, a whole lot. But as to what's in front of us tonight with the IPPs, so your opinion as folks who have been on the BAR, worked on these kind of reviews for years, there is a clear authority because of encroachment onto the parcels for the application of your guidelines. Yes, true, our guidelines.
Yeah.
Fair point. Our guidelines that there is a basis for the review and city council upholding your decision. We're not in a situation in your judgment as BAR members where we just don't have, we wish we could, but we just can't.
I think yes is the answer.
That wasn't very clear. I apologize.
So if there are no other questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion and we will have further discussion.
I would make a motion of a resolution of denying a certificate of appropriateness for a multi-story mixed-use building incorporating 2 individually protected properties at the 200 block of 7th Street Southwest. Again, that being based in the deliberations from the BAR and city staff of what is in our agenda packet.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so let's have discussion on this, on this motion before we vote on it. I think we've been sharing our views as we go along, but we will go again. Michael, did you want to further elaborate?
Well, at a high level, I'll say again, we desperately need to have a conversation with the community about these larger issues. And that's different than what's in front of us tonight, but the community deserves that. They at least deserve a clear answer from us. I'll just say that. As to what's in front of us tonight, it is very narrow in terms of the individually protected properties. And I just do think there is a basis based on the encroachment onto those parcels for the BAR's decision and staff's recommendation to uphold that position. I think these guidelines do have ambiguity, and we do need to update them because there's tension with our current zoning. But I do think that it is allowed and defensible, and these guidelines have gray areas and aren't for interpretation, but to me, it seems defensible and appropriate, the decision that they made.
Okay. Natalie?
Yeah, responding to a couple of things, which is we have given an answer about the inability to do spot down zoning. That has been made clear several times. It's not something we can do because of the state guidelines about how we're allowed to zone. You can upzone in spots, but you can't downzone because it constitutes a taking. It's very unlikely to hold up in court. A lot of the precedent would not permit that. And even if it was something we would want to do, it would be, if downzoning was something we want to do, it would have to be more comprehensive and it would take some time. That is an answer that has been provided. I just want to clarify that. I have a lot of thoughts about context and and my track record also. When I think about context, there's kind of 2 ways. There's a narrow construction of context, which is, does this look like the building next to it? And every context is a policy choice. That building did not spring from the ground. There were decisions that went into it, along with all of the buildings in that neighborhood and all of the buildings in that city. And as has been pointed out by several people tonight, American history and policy have traditionally been racist And that is true for zoning. Zoning didn't exist until 1926, and it was created to be exclusionary. And so maintaining a status quo and fighting for the context of a single-family only housing area is perpetuating a racist history that we're trying to get away from by increasing density, by allowing more by right development. And that is something that I've been clear from the beginning of my campaign. I talked about building the community within city limits. A lot of the traffic that we've heard about are people commuting in and out from outside the county. Well, if we give people the opportunity to live within the city, they're not commuting in and out of the county, and that traffic is not as big a concern. And that brings me to the broader context, which is that we are in an emergent housing crisis. If we pay attention to that context, increasing development, increasing units helps. And it's not a dream or a wish that additional units at every level help people at every level. There's been research, a new study comes out almost every quarter, it seems, about the effect of development on rents at different levels. The Pew Charitable Trusts, which is an independent organization, published last year a study with the conclusion in market rates regionally, in neighborhood scale adjustments, that this is in a market, every 10% increase in a market's housing supply from 2017 to 2023 correlated with rents growing 5% less than from 2017 to 2024, controlling for a variety of factors. At the neighborhood level, a 10% increase in a zip code's housing supply meant the average rents grew by 1.4% less than they did in a zip code with no supply growth. So additional units reduce the rate at which pricing goes up. In every metropolitan area they studied, the steepest rent declines were for Class C apartments. Those are older and less expensive buildings. New housing is obviously more expensive because it is new. Housing shortages are also regressive. Maintaining restrictive zoning that exacerbates the housing shortage puts vulnerable tenants in a more precarious position by burdening them with steep rent increases. If we fight for the status quo, we're going to see more of what we have been seeing. The 1991 council downzoned most of the city to be single-family housing only, which means we are 35 years behind meeting demand. And the only way to meet that is with bigger steps. So the couple notes about it being student-oriented. There was a quote that transient people, this is only for transient people need somewhere to live too. If there's not a unit for them somewhere, they're going to compete with people who are less transient. And the demand from transient people is going to be not transient. As soon as someone graduates, there's a new someone to fill that demand. So that 1 4-year person, or however long they're here, 2 years for, grad school, or however long their medical residency lasts, there's always going to be someone following behind them to demand that as well. Students are also not a protected class. It's not necessarily a student-only building. And as to, we would love to be able to ask UVA for stuff. We are limited by the fact that they are a state institution. Yale is not a state institution. Different rules apply to different organizations. That's something to keep in mind. We cannot discount the benefits of development. It's not just a building. It is a building that provides homes. It provides tax revenue. It provides traffic mitigation.
Please.
Like I said before, if people are not commuting from the county, they're closer to where they need to be already. I know some of you live in town and walk to work. There's more people who are going to do that. These, if they are students who are living there, they are not parking anywhere closer than where they are. They're going to be off-peak hours of busyness, but it's not going to add to the general time frame of traffic that people during rush hour are going to experience. Revenue from projects like this are what we can use to pay for our homeless shelter. It's what we can use to continue the redevelopment of West Haven, Kindlewood, South First Street, 6th Street. Those dedicated affordable housing projects, those subsidies have to be paid somehow. We can keep raising taxes on the existing residents that we have, which passes that tax burden on to existing renters, it also can drive up costs and drive people out to cause that economic displacement. Or we can spread that tax burden out amongst new residents to help share that burden and give us the ability to pay for things. And there's not just real estate revenue when we have our residents increase in number, there's also the sales tax revenue, the meals tax revenue. We have more people riding the bus, which drives up our ridership counts, which means we get more money from the state to fund our transit system. There's positive feedback loops to having more neighbors. The other thing is we very much respect the staff effort that have gone into this, and often we rely on them for research, we rely on them for help, but ultimately we are the ones elected here to make that decision. This was something I ran on. This is something I got elected on. This is something I've been consistent in voting for housing on the downtown mall. I didn't win that one. Voting for housing on Wurtland. I didn't win that one. I will vote for housing. I'm consistent with that. This is an opportunity for housing. And so I'm going to support I'm going to vote against Michael's motion, but I will support the building.
Thank you. Jen?
Thank you, Councilor Oshrin. I just want to acknowledge some things. So this very particular lot and this very particular project, if this passes, still have so many more hurdles to leap and pieces to achieve and to overcome. And this project provides a unique opportunity given that no one else is trying to save these IPPs. And the applicant has clearly worked across multiple rounds of review to respond to feedback, and that effort matters. And an empty lot doesn't serve anyone either. But none of that has to do with the purview that we're assigned to apply to this evening's vote. So even though I believe the neighbors in the neighborhood that incorporate this and the look and feel deserve to be considered, does not matter in my vote tonight, because we have, as my friend Rory said, 200 times the word purview has been said, that we are given a very narrow purview for this. So, which is why I seconded the motion. I keep coming back to the difference between impact and compatibility. And impact is what the new pool and courtyard and building around it do to the IPPs. Does it shadow them? Does it dwarf them? Does it change how you experience them? Compatibility is whether the new construction and courtyard and pool belongs in conversation with the IPPs, whether the materials, scale, and massing and rhythm of it work together. And I don't find that they do. I think the design as it's proposed has no sense of place, and the IPPs are deeply of this place. And they are very particular in their scale, their materials, and their history, and the pool and the wall between the pool and the buildings and the mass and material and color proposed around them doesn't meet the IPPs on those terms.
Go, Flash. Okay.
So, so you're not,
Can I add one thing? Sorry. Jen, do you want to finish?
No, I'm done.
Okay. I will say my question earlier about materiality, I brought that up just because I wish there had been an opportunity to make it, to have that sense of place more, and if that was under the BAR's purview, I would have liked to have seen it look a little less generic. I know that is not the purview that we are talking about tonight, but just something to note if there's an opportunity to adjust, or for future development to think more about the context architecturally, that would be nice. Form ultimately is less important than function. These buildings function to house people, but having it feel more like more specific is appreciated, though not ultimately the most important thing.
Louis?
Well, I think as we're looking at sort of historical context here, Michael posed the fundamental issue in a way that is different from the attitude that council took 3 years ago when we decided that the fundamental issue was that we wanted to eliminate discretionary review. We wanted to eliminate PUDs. We wanted to speed up the development process and cut out inefficiencies. I have said before, I had a different view at the time, but that's what council decided that it wanted to emphasize. And so we have this decision that was made to have this parcel be designated RX5, which by its terms calls for unlimited density, as well as the parcels to either side of it, along that strip along the railroad tracks. None of those are in an architectural design control district. None of them is in a historic conservation district. And so we're left with the difficult question of what happens when you've got something right up against this IPP, and as I think Mr. Warner indicated, certainly if there were no encroachment at all, it would be a very clear question, a very clear answer under even his interpretation of things, that there would be nothing to talk about. The result would be that if the developer here wanted to move the pool back another 20 feet or so and get off of the IPP parcels, they could do so, putting just as many units, or perhaps more, because they would then have no basis for going back to the BAR, no reason to try to cater to the desires of the neighborhood at all. And they could simply allow those two parcels, those two buildings to fall apart. I don't think that that's a good idea for anybody, but that's sort of the option. And that's something that the BAR struggled with, as they pointed out to us. In an appeal dealing with a property located in an architectural design control district or historic preservation district, we are required to consider how the action being proposed affects other properties in the district, but that's not what we're talking about here. This involves two individually protected properties, IPPs. The issue is how the actions being proposed will affect the IPPs. It does not involve broader district concerns. The effect that the proposed action will have on properties that are not subject to BAR protection is not a proper consideration for us. So the only issue in this appeal of a BAR decision is to look at how the proposal will affect the IPPs. I've already noted Fifeville is not itself a historic conservation district or architectural control district. We've actually talked from time to time about whether it ought to be, but every time we talk about having more historic conservation districts, people start saying, well, that means that the city gets to tell me what color I paint my house. And all of a sudden, it doesn't seem like a free lunch. It's a free lunch when somebody else's property wants to be, you want somebody else's property to be regulated, but not your own. And so it's not something that everybody just jumps on and says, gee, let me do that. The fact is that these small worker cottages are, in fact, in very poor condition. They've apparently been vacant for years. They've apparently had little maintenance done on them. They've had non-historic additions made that do not enhance their status as historically significant structures, and the removal of which would probably enhance their status as historically significant structures. Nobody has suggested any other plan that will result in these worker cottages being preserved, much less restored. The developer here intends to renovate them and to make them attractive and sound, and I hope that the developer will also do something that might highlight the historic significance of the buildings. You know, who was James Hawkins? Why do we commemorate him? Why is that relevant? Why is that relevant in this particular place? What can we teach the people who will live there about the people who built this house? We're not supposed to consider the effect of this proposal on the neighborhood as a whole or on the city as a whole. And the tall portions of the development will be built on parcels that are not part of the IPP properties. I think that the defensible position is that we can, in fact, separate out the things that are being built on the IPP portion from the parts that are not being built on the IPP portion. We may find out in circuit court, I don't know. Plans for adjoining parcels, I believe, that are not themselves IPPs are not to be evaluated in terms of how they may affect the IPPs. How changes to the IPPs may affect adjoining parcels is also not a relevant consideration. It would be if it were a district, but it's not with an IPP. So we're supposed to look at the plans for the IPPs only to see how they affect the historic preservation of the IPPs. Even if we're allowed to consider the effects of the development of the other parcels on the IPPs, the sense that the IPPs will be overshadowed or dominated by the 7-story building being built on the other parcels pales, in my view, in comparison to the need to preserve the IPP properties. I would much rather have a sound example of worker cottages, particularly if there were to be some historic presentation on site, that has a larger building lurking over it than to have the old worker cottages fall down. That all by itself is sufficient to me to require me to vote for the certificate of appropriateness. It is also important, by the way, to note that our task here is not to decide whether the BAR opinion is defensible. I think it probably could be defended. I don't think it's correct, but in the legal sense, what is defensible and what is correct, a lot of things that are incorrect can still be defended. So that's not all by itself a standard. Let me also touch on one other point, and that is that when we were redoing the zoning ordinance in 2023, we had a lot of discussion about gentrification. And one of the things, I did a fair amount of research on it, and like Natalie, find all kinds of articles coming up. My research then showed that the nationwide consensus among housing experts was that the single most effective way to prevent gentrification is to increase construction of market rate housing. It is not, in fact, to increase, solely to increase affordable housing. That's an important piece for other reasons, but not for fighting gentrification. The idea with gentrification is you want to give these folks some other place to move to. And so you need to create housing that folks would move to. And so the studies all show, and the experience all shows, that the way to prevent gentrification is to have more market rate housing. What does seem to be effective to prevent gentrification are primarily non-zoning things. As Mr. Freeze remarked in one of the meetings we had back in December of 2023, zoning is a blunt instrument in the battle against gentrification, and it's not very effective. What has been shown to be effective are things like various voucher programs or property tax relief programs. There was a specific proposal for a stabilization voucher program, for example. People that, long-term residents might be eligible for vouchers simply by virtue of their being long-term residents and wanting to preserve them in the neighborhood. So when we adopted the zoning ordinance, we created 2 zones where there would be additional restrictions to protect those neighborhoods. One's the RNA zone, which is right across the street on Delavan, a residential core neighborhood, and a core neighborhood corridor overlay. Neither of these zones were suggested for these parcels or even for any of the adjoining parcels. Maybe they should have been, but in all the discussion, as we talked about earlier, the only Preston Avenue and Cherry Avenue were being discussed with, about that discussion. So even if we were going to look at the broader policy issues and planning issues that go beyond the narrow question of whether the proposed actions are going to be beneficial or detrimental to the preservation or restoration of the IPPs, I would still vote to grant the certificate of appropriateness. I'll vote against this motion.
Thank you. And before I share my comments, I just want to thank everyone connected with this, the BAR staff, and particularly the public that's been coming out to so many meetings. When I started to run for council in 2021, 22, when I got on council, a lot of the work on the zoning ordinance, it was down the track. A lot of the discussion was that we needed more housing, because the zoning ordinance that we had in place was, done in the 20s and 30s, specifically to keep people like me from buying a house and living in certain parts of the neighborhood. So it was really powerful for me to be part of the zoning, to vote on probably one of the most progressive zoning ordinance change in the whole United States. And one of the things that we really need that impacts, I just talked to a group today, is that Charlottesville is the most expensive place to live in the Commonwealth because of the housing. And one of the reasons that that is the case is because we have severely underbuilt housing of all types for the last 50 years. I think that we need more housing. This project is the best opportunity to preserve these 2 units. And so I'm going to support the certificate of appropriateness. So I'll call the vote.
And so just to clarify, we're voting no on this, and then we can re-motion a different turnout?
Yes.
I'll call the
If we
question.
support the COA, we vote no on this.
Oh, yes.
Because this is a motion to deny.
Right.
Yeah, and I've initiated the vote.
Oh, who made the motion?
I got to that screen. Let's see how I get back to where I want to be.
Building suspense, Lloyd.
Oh, no.
That door, it should be where it's going to go.
You can
You just
tell me.
tell him. Keena, he's going to.
Can I just say no?
And
Motion
again-
failed 2 to 3.
Again, just for the public's clarity, that's a majority vote to overturn the BAR's decision and to approve the appropriateness of the project.
Not yet. This one is about to be that.
Sorry.
I move that following consultation with the Board of Architecture Review and based on consideration of the written appeal, the applicable criteria set out in 5.2.7D1 of the Charlottesville Development Code and other relevant information, factors, and opinions, that the requested certificate of appropriateness be granted.
I second the motion.
Okay. Is further discussion? If not, we can,
Well, I think there's been some important conversation tonight, and it's always going to be emotional because people have deep beliefs about what is the best thing for people in the community. I would just say, I think across our community, I think there's some really important questions I hope we all have, which is one, is it possible, depending on the location of a project, for it to increase housing choice for upper class and upper middle class professionals, but not people at 50% AMI below? 2, can it be simultaneously true that we need new market rate supply, but depending on the project type and location, it can increase displacement if you target that market rate upzoning in working class and poor areas? And 3, is there an element of procedural justice where in the areas where urban renewal happened, that we as a city government have to give up some of our control of assuming we know the right answer and that there is a technocratic answer? And is there importance to families that have been impacted by urban renewal to have a process where they are part of developing what we do? And I know we're not going to answer those questions tonight, but I hope we just, across our community, can start thinking about that.
further discussion? No, if we can vote.
I was able to find the right page, so we're good.
Who you waiting for,
Missing
Keena?
Jim. Oh,
I did.
we just got it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Motion passes
Thanks,
3-2.
thank you all for your work on this. The next item on the agenda is a
Tell us who voted.
the
Snoop and Adjournment. Snoop and Adjournment is the mayor.
There's no tea.
I'm disappointed that y'all can't go about it. That was so disappointing.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing and resolution to approve the proposed one-year annual action action plan and associated funding recommendation for HUD funding activities for program year 26-27. A major amendment, please, Mr. Fogel, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Fogel. Appropriate $1,469,064. It's the first of two reading. Mr. Warren?
Good evening, Mayor Wade, council, members of the public who remain. I hopefully bring something a little bit more uplifting. I'm here to ask you to consider and approve two separate but related items. The first is an update to the annual action plan that we have to submit to HUD, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, to participate in the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships programs. We are in the final year of a 5-year consolidated plan. So the plan component is just an update of what we have presented the previous 4 years, detailing our progress towards the goals that we've established in the larger consolidated plan. In 2027, we'll be updating the consolidated plan for a new 5-year term. Related to that is a slate of funding recommendations for community development block grant funding and for approval of awards for the city's share of the home investment partnerships funds that the city will be receiving through our partnership with the 5 surrounding counties through a home consortium. I can say from the start that the members of the review team are volunteers from across the city. It is always a very difficult challenge for them to try to review all the applications and come up with the best slate of recommendations that they can. I believe that they, from what I witnessed, they approached this with a depth of concern for our community that is truly admirable. I can say from the start as well that they, after reviewing every application, every request for funding, they would have preferred to have been able to fund every single one of them. Unfortunately, they were not in that position. So what we've put before you is what we hope is the best possible slate of funding recommendations to deliver concrete improvements to our community and to serve the low and moderate income persons that we're charged with helping through this work. I'll try to move through it pretty quickly. If the
Please.
clicker...
Did it end up on the other side again?
I think it's on the other side.
So what you see before you here is the overall slate of requests for funding that were received. There were 13 applications received, and while this is particularly interesting, once we kind of calculate this out, I do a kind of an analysis of the gaps. And as you can see, based on our level of funding from the previous year, the requests for funding were significantly greater than the amount of money that we would have available to us, especially in this category here of the public service activities. That's the category for which we receive the most applications and typically the greatest dollar amount. And it's also the area that is most severely capped by HUD in terms of the amount of money that we can funnel into these programs. And then we have a similar gap in terms of the home request for funding that we received. What those mean is that the members of the review team have a very challenging task and have to make very difficult decisions. And then what you see before you here are the funding recommendations that they formulated at the end, with the caveat that subsequent to their making the formal recommendations, we received our formal letter of how much money we would receive from HUD, which was greater in both programs than what we received last year. The decision had been made prior to receiving that letter by the members of the review team to take any increase or decrease and allocate it evenly among programs. What I will say is that everybody received the same 4.37% increase on the CDBG side, and I can't remember exactly what the percentage is on the home side. So it means that in the final slate of recommendation for you to consider, some applicants received more than they requested because of that increase, that delta increase, and none of them received the two largest requests that we had were for the affordable housing activities, and so you'll see that those still don't come close to what they asked for. That was because their asks were so large and the amount of money that we had available to them. In the home investment side, you'll see that there's a recommendation to fund one program. We had 2 applications in that program. One was recommended to be fully funded. The other one was not able to be fully funded because the request was for more money than we would likely have available to us. And so there's an unallocated portion available. Hopefully that project, very worthy project, will develop to the point where you may revisit that at some point and decide to allocate those funds to support the original project, or you have at your discretion to find other suitable purposes for that money.
Are there other suitable purposes that you have in mind, or we're just sort of waiting for some additional applications, or what?
We have a lot of possibilities, yes, and we can bring those back. They didn't fall within the purview of the formal action plan cycle, but we can revisit those later in terms of special, what are called special purpose or off-cycle proposals. Yes. And I'll make myself available to any questions.
Yeah.
So.
Michael, you have any questions, sir?
No questions. I mean, I'm in support of the recommendations and feel like they ended up in a good place. It's always a challenge because the needs are far greater than the amount of money available, but I would just call out, I think the affordable housing investments in both AHIP and LEAP are important because they're about keeping people in their homes, which is, one of the challenging activities that we historically haven't invested as much in as new construction. We need both, but it's just highlight that,
And it has good ROI.
Right.
I would add one of the things that this article I was reading about how to prevent gentrification mentioned is home repair programs.
Yes. If I could just add one comment to this. The funding is very important. I will say that our work with these programs has highlighted a particular concern in that there are some people who would benefit from participation in these programs who are reluctant because the city's investment in affordable housing and the preservation of the affordable housing comes with a deed of trust and a lien. And so in the individual conversations that I have with people, we're able to kind of overcome that. I think it just highlights a larger conversation in terms of how do we communicate the city's interest in preserving this housing with people's kind of natural reluctance to have a legal lien on their property.
Right.
So it's not an insurmountable conversation. I just point it out because it's very important and we're trying to engage in that.
Right. And that's an important point, including conversations about how in the past it has gone wrong.
I think that might be correct.
You finished, Michael?
Yes.
Natalie?
Is there any reason why we would not want to pass this in one reading?
I mean, I always just say for, slightly increasing public transparency and opportunity for input, but, I mean, I don't have
Yeah.
Well, we
strong
could put it on
arguments.
consent agenda. Is this
Well,
time
that's what- yeah,
sensitive?
That's what it would be, but
It is not particularly time sensitive. We are on consent agenda on the 18th. That puts us well within
Let's do it.
okay.
expectations.
As long as it's not time sensitive.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Jen, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, I just want to make sure I understand the unallocated piece. So is there like a process and a timeline that it comes back to us to decide what to do with that, or, and kind of, how come it didn't go to the unfunded home applicants that had applied in the original round?
That's a very good point. So we typically think of things within a program year. Home funds come within a 7-year period of affordability or performance in which we can apply those funds. So it's not urgent that we allocate those funds. The applicant, CRHA apparently acquired property that they plan to renovate, rehabilitate, and convert into up to eight individual affordable rental units. Affordable rental units are incredibly rare and very important for us to preserve. The project will cost about $150,000 is the initial estimate. It is very early stages. They've just acquired the property relatively recently. So the request is for $150,000. And in the application, they said if we cannot receive the full amount of funding, this project might not start for quite some time because they'll need to go back and pursue other sources of funding. We have options for that. I don't think the city has received more than $150,000 in our local share of home funds, but one time in the 20-plus year history of the program. So the members of the review team kind of started off from the position that they wouldn't be able to fund it at 100%. Especially, I mean, one of the things we're proud of is that Building Goodness Foundation is our first fully new applicant in quite some time for this funding. So we've tried to grow the applicant pool, and we're very excited to kind of see what they can do with this. So once they started with the idea that they couldn't fund them fully, they decided to fund Building Goodness Foundation at 100% of their ask, and then kind of punt the ball into your lap.
Okay.
Okay, and then with the awards that were over their ask, do they have to change the scope of what they're going to do? No, okay.
No, there's a section in the application that says, how would, if we couldn't fund you fully percent. Part of my job as the staff liaison with the applicants was to go to every single one of them, and as you might expect, they all said, we can do more. And it wasn't a considerable increase.
Okay.
I think it was about
So nothing needs to be amended,
$3,000,
it's just, yeah, okay, great. That was my only question.
And I will say that there was one applicant that has traditionally been funded for like the past 5 years or more that is not recommended for funding in this slate, and that's because they're considered in the fundamental organizations category and are slated for a significant increase. So there's overlap between the scopes of work of what they were traditionally funded through this program and what they're funded for through the fundamental organizations. And so the new team was able to take that money and apply it to other locally based programs.
Lloyd, did you finish?
No, all done, thank you, yes.
Okay.
Or do you? Sorry, I had one more question. So what didn't get funding?
Well, so FAR has traditionally been funded through the public services activities. They are one of the applicants. If we could go back 2 slides, Remy, if you're still there. Goodness funding.
They wanted
I believe the
$55,000.
IRC financial capabilities and language access support for newcomers. It was not recommended for funding as well, partly because their services were duplicative in some ways. They mirrored, is a politer way to say it, what the literacy volunteers of Charlottesville and Albemarle is. And so because that is a category that is most severely limited, it's a 15% cap, the members of the review team wanted to funnel their support for LVCA's adult tutoring programs rather than dilute the amount of money that would go to, rather than giving a little bit to each of the two programs, they decided to more fully fund LVCA.
And with FAR CRHA-related requests, was it just a similar thing in terms of the assessment you made? Was there duplication and the requests were so high you weren't able to have impact in that area?
Well, first of all, it's not my decision.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm a neutral party in the whole
committee
recommendation thing. The members of the task force, the review team, there was some duplicative language between the scope of work that they've traditionally been funded under CDBG, which is usually somewhere around 20 to 25,000. But in the mayor, at the time, it was the city manager's proposed budget. They were slated for an increase of 75,000, and so the members of the review team used that to funnel and they wanted to make sure that they stuck with the eviction diversion and housing stabilization program as well. Because even though that falls under public services activities, that is still maintaining and trying to preserve that affordable housing and prevent families from being further disrupted by their economic situation.
Thank you.
I do have one question. Could I ask what, under the public service activities, the Haven Coordinated Entry, $25,000, what's that program?
Coordinated Entry is one of the homelessness outreach services where they provide, they're kind of like as I understand it, the integrative web between a variety of different agencies that interact with the homeless population so that they can create a case file on a person who's encountered by one of these agencies. So if at a later point, because of the highly transient nature of the populations, if that person were to show up somewhere else in another community and be reached for the first time by an agency somewhere else, you wouldn't have two agencies both doing recreating the initial outreach work.
Mm-hmm.
That person would be in a system where their information would be shareable among all these different agencies. And so it's coordinated work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I will open up the public hearing. And John, just for clarification, this is public hearing for the three A, B, and C?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'll now open up the public hearing for this item. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this? If not, I will close the public hearing, and I think that there was support to put this on the consent agenda for the May 18th meeting. Is that okay? Thank you. Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing and resolution to approve a lease of a portion of property at 105th Street Northeast to Blue Ridge Area Coalition for the Homeless. Ms. Kelly, hey.
Good evening. For the record, Brenda Kelly. The first item in front of you is a lease for the Blue Ridge Area Coalition for the Homeless, otherwise known as BROC. Ms. Washington is here tonight in case you have any questions. The city first entered into a lease with BROC for a portion of an area of city space in August 2023, and that was a 2-year lease with an option for a 1-year extension. That expires in August 2026. However, in the meantime, BROC is looking to hire an additional staff person, and because the existing lease only allows for 3 employees, we need to amend the current lease, and since the expiration date is just coming up in August, we did a new lease that allows for 4 staff people, provides for additional square footage, and the city is providing furniture. It provides for additional furniture, which is all covered in the lease. The new lease also is for a term of 1 year with a possible option for 4 additional 1-year terms. So I'm asking for approval of this. It's a 1-reading resolution following a public hearing.
Jen, do you have any questions? Lloyd, Natalie?
They're staying in city space?
Yes.
Great, okay. Thanks.
And no questions personally. And what I want to say for, I just highlight for the community, anyone still watching, the subsidy is, I think, around $82,000 a year, versus what fair market rent is. I just highlight that because there's a lot of ways we support partner organizations that maybe, the public may not see.
I don't understand your 82,000 that says that.
Maybe, I assume that was per month.
Oh, it's annual.
Oh, well, never mind.
$6,839 is the annual fee, or annual subsidy, as an in-kind donation.
Well, never mind.
Which is still, hey, that's not nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
So-
late.
What?
It's late.
Yeah, I'll open up the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this? If not, I will close the public hearing and we can vote on this tonight. Is there a motion to approve this?
I make a motion to adopt the attached resolution authorizing the execution of an amended lease with Brock for the use of a portion of city-owned property located at 105th Street Northeast.
Second?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, spacing out. Okay, I'm here, I'm with you.
The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work, Ms. Washington. So you have, I guess, a place to do it, to do it.
Enjoy your new employee.
Work employee, yeah.
So we have another item for a public hearing, a resolution to approve a new lease agreement with the Virginia Discovery Museum for the city-owned property at 524 East Main Street.
So this item in front of you, I'm sure you're all familiar with the Virginia Discovery Museum, 524 East Main Street, across the street from where we are currently. They have been in their current location for 36 years, since May of 1990. The last lease we had with them was in 2021. It expires June of this year. I do apologize, the lease agreement should have been attached to your agenda item. Somehow it disappeared, but it's our standard form lease agreement. It's the same rent as they are currently paying. However, there is a 3% annual adjustment to that. There was an annual adjustment in the existing lease agreement. However, it was by a formula, and it was required that the city give them notice for the increase, which was never done. So this is an automatic 3% annual increase. They lease the entire building, which is over 7,700 square feet, plus 990 square feet of downtown mall space for the outdoor carousel. This lease is for 5 years, and the language in the lease says that they then let the city know for the option to renew that. The in-kind donation value on this particular lease is over $210,000 per year. So again, there is a public hearing required for this, so we're asking for, it's a one reading as a resolution following a public hearing. We're asking for approval of the lease agreement.
Okay. Lloyd, do you have any questions on this?
Just note that the 3% a year amounts to an additional $10 a year for the next 5 years. 10 and 20 and 50.
Jen, you have any?
So for over 5 years, it's in $1 million
In-kind donation
in-kind
value.
donation?
Yes.
Do we do that on any other properties?
Most of the properties we have, so we keep a running list in case anybody asks, like during budget season or whatever, what other values are going to our not-for-profit partners that we lease property to, and we keep the running value of that if you're all interested ever in the information.
Okay, no, it's, I mean, it is obviously a star of the mall and have saved my butt many times when my child was smaller, but yeah, $1 million is a lot to give, so I just wanted to, we're giving $1 million, so that's right. Okay, thank you.
No?
I was just having kind of a slight existential crisis because I started going there in 1990 when I was young and realizing we're the same ages. Oh, time flies. No questions, thank you.
Michael?
No questions.
We'll now open up the public hearing. Anyone like to speak on this? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve a lease of property at 524 East Main Street to the Virginia Discovery Museum, VDM.
Second.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Brenda.
Thank you.
We're now at the opportunity for the next public community matters. Would anyone like to speak? Yes.
Hey, Frank.
I've forgotten the second thing I was going to try to bring up. Maybe it'll just come to me. Council, I'd be very interested to have you or some city entity follow how much is in fact spent on those two individually protected properties. I understand there's a study that says it would be $2 million. Now, those houses are very much like mine. I live a block away. Brick house, very similar structure, similar design of the bricks. And my house is a little bit bigger. My landlord, before I bought that place, I rented there for 6 years. He didn't spend anywhere like $2 million. He didn't spend $1 million. He didn't spend probably even $100,000. Those buildings, those two individually protected properties are smaller. And you would expect, therefore, that they would be stronger. If you go over there and look at them, you'll see that all of their walls are true. Now, the photos that you saw, and which I saw, show a few spots of tuck pointing needs. They show insides that are not being used for 30 years, apparently. But that wouldn't deter a lot of people I know, including one person who does this. I'm related to him. And he rehabilitates these things quite often. So that's one point. I would be interested, and I would think you would want to know, how much does that rehabilitation really end up costing? It's one thing maybe to make it the way they want to make it for their residents, but how much would it cost to make it habitable for renters? I know there was this study, so perhaps there are matters that I just can't see. These 3-minute comments are difficult when you have very interested parties, very, very big projects. So I was going to bring up that point, but didn't have time. So it strikes me as a problem if council is taking any interested party's word for it. The bar is trying to represent itself as very disinterested, trying to follow your guideline. But there can be no doubt that the developer is a very interested party. And so council should, it seems to me, in any such case, try to give a lot of ground, some special mechanisms or something, for someone to attack the premises that are being put forward and that perhaps influenced your vote even quite significantly. Yes, I can. I hope that you will follow that. And I don't know if there's a way that you can or that staff can, but I think that would be very helpful. Oh yes, I wanted to say that the lawyers there are many instances in which they misrepresented things. I cited one of them in my remarks, and I could give many more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? If not, let's make sure I don't have anything else. If not, can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no.